Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Sports Center is brought to you by Crunch Fitness. Memberships as low as $9.99 per month. Find your Crunch time in Portland, Vancouver, and online at crunch.com. First on The Fan, one playoff game tonight in the association. The Thunder are looking to join the Timberwolves in the Western Conference Finals with a road win tonight against the Nuggets. OKC leads that series 3-2. Jamal Murray is a game-time decision for Denver. He's dealing with an illness. OKC is favored by 5.5. Tip-off for that one going to be at 5:30. The first round of the PGA Championship got underway today. Currently, Cam Davis is your leader at 6 under. He's followed closely by Ryan Gerard at 5 under and Luke Donald at 4 under. No Mariners baseball today. They get a much-needed day off after losing back-to-back series versus AL East teams. They're going to take on the Padres tomorrow in San Diego. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Jump back to earlier parts.
The best part is right before Buckley went on the air, I looked over at him, and he's got this big grin on his face, and he goes, "I feel like such a moron." And I was like, yeah, you're part of the Backwards Hat Club now, huh?
That's right. That's what you're doing. You're supposed to be doing it, too. This is going to be a show thing today.
I
committed to the bit.
You did. I don't really like wearing hats indoors. I don't know, like, I've said before, like, when you're bald, I find that the hat can be, I don't know, it can be a bit restrictive, and there's something about indoors, like, I'll go back and forth, but usually when we start the show, if I'm wearing a hat, I just take it off. I don't know. It feels weird. But I always make fun of Will because Will refuses to wear his hat forwards ever. Like, it permanently is backwards.
You and Colin, man.
So I was making fun of him, and Buckley did decide that we should all go hat backward. Here, I'll go hat backwards.
Okay. So now we finally, he's committing to the bit, folks.
You guys look so much better.
This feels so.
Will thinks we look better.
You look so much better.
So ridiculous. But that was the best. Is I didn't realize you were doing it until I looked over at you, and now Buck just grins and goes, "I feel like such a moron."
Now
and I do too.
For reference here, it's one half of your Sports Bros today. It's an SOB edition of Primetime. Suk, Ortner, and Buckley, as Rop is still on the pilgrimage back to Salina and probably maybe
like Colorado.
Yeah, something like that.
Because he flew down, and then you figure he's got a day or two to set up. Probably started driving yesterday, so we're figuring it's a Denver, Salt Lake, Boise 3-day kind of venture.
Yeah, and they might even, I mean, depending on the packing up, maybe they're even leaving today.
It's possible.
So, anyhow, for reference, the backwards hat thing started when I walked in and saw Ortner catching crap from Suk about wearing his hat backwards. Now, I don't have much issue with the backwards hat. I just abandoned it for myself about 5 years ago around the age of 35. It stopped feeling right.
Yeah.
But for a strapping young lad like Ortner,
that's why I make fun of Will, because Will was like, what, 27, 28?
I'm 27 years young.
Yeah. See, Will can wear the hat backwards.
Yeah.
It looks ridiculous. But to a 27-year-old, it's fine.
Well,
his response was, Ken Griffey Jr. wears his hat backwards, and my response was,
you ain't Ken Griffey Jr.
Yeah. But there is a point in time, and I don't know what it is. It might be around the age of 30, 35, where having your hat on backwards, you feel like a tool, unless you're unless you're like cool guy.
But I never felt that way when I was younger. Maybe because we just were tools when we were younger. But it seems like it fits more of a youthful vibe. I mean, it's like seeing I don't know. It's like when you see someone like way older and like super hip like sneakers. You're like, I mean, I guess I would respect the attempt here, but I don't believe you're that cool to be wearing those.
As you get older, you'll morph into. Like, I used to be a big Jordan guy, and I still have plenty of Jordan sneakers, but I did kind of have to. I got rid of some of the. I've toned it down. Like, I used to wear Jordans almost exclusively as sneakers, And then one day, like, you're like, little old, little bald, little white to be wearing these. Like Ed Reed is a guy roughly my age, and Ed Reed can wear like a suit with a hoodie underneath, a fedora, and like a pair of Jordan 11s.
Yeah.
And you're like, you're the coolest man alive.
Yeah, Charles Woodson throws in the ascot, you know? You're like...
I wear that, and you're like,
come on, man. Yeah.
Little bit. See, we all kind of age out of things, and Will's fine. Will's in the age of hat backwards, but I do like to make fun of him because he wears a hat every day, and I don't know if I've ever seen him wear a hat forward.
I don't.
Our fearless midday producer is in. Jeff Russ says, backwards hat. I still wear my hat backwards, you turds.
Yeah.
Backwards hat is for tropical vacation only for us olds. I mean, there is the get the sun off of the neck functionality of a backwards hat, but that's rare.
I don't get why you guys are out here trying to limit yourself on what you can and can't wear. Like, just wear it with pride, then who
I'm
cares?
telling you, Will, this is one of those things. You don't realize it when you're in your 20s. But you'll reach a point like in your 30s and then 35, 40. Like every 5 years, you will assess.
You feel like you outgrow certain things.
Yeah, you will assess what you.
Well, usually that's eating too much.
Yeah, it all just kind of happens.
Nah, that can stick around for a little while.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you'll look down one day and you'll be like, ooh,
man.
Ooh, boy.
Well, everybody
like buffets.
has that.
When I was Will's age, dude, you had me at buffet.
The value is important then.
Yeah, the value is great, and the thing is, the buffet will come back when you're like 68. But like when you're a kid, there's nothing better. You're like, what? All you can eat pizza buffet, $4.
But you're our age, a buffet is pointless because you want one plate of food and that's it.
Yeah.
For the most part.
That, and you realize that you don't want to die.
Yeah.
You're like, it's not there is nothing appealing about a buffet to me. I couldn't tell you the last time I went to a buffet. They're bad. You age out of stuff. And you don't realize it at the time, but then as you get older, you'll age into things. Like when you go to a buffet, you will see people's Will's age, and then you'll see like Will's grandfather. Those are the people.
Yeah.
Because you'll get a young person that's like, for $11, I can eat like 3 days worth of food. And then you'll get the old person they just loved. Like my father, when he was alive, there was nothing he loved more than a Golden Corral.
Sure.
And you're like,
all the values there, man.
And you're like, Dad, it's like the worst food possible. And he goes, whatever. He's like, you see whatever you want? He'd go and eat like 19 rolls. And he just, it's age in, age out. And the hat backwards thing. But you can't that's like the Colin Coward thing. Like Colin hates the backwards hat
You
thing.
and Colin. You guys are in the same boat right now, mister.
You end up looking like, and that's the other one. Like I'll make fun of Will, but like the idea that you can't be a quarterback with your head on backwards, and Colin has a lot of dumb things to say. That may be the dumbest thing that he possibly says. Like if Josh Allen wears his hat backwards or Jalen Hurts, somehow
I think Matthew Stafford's a hat backwards guy.
Somehow they cease to be NFL quarterbacks. Lamar Jackson can wear his
qualified winners as NFL quarterbacks.
Yes, Lamar Jackson can wear his hat however he wants.
That's right.
And he can wear cornrows, or he doesn't have cornrows. He has like the little.
He has the braids.
Little twisty braids or whatever. And that guy can wear as many pit vipers as he wants. You go out and you're the MVP. Wear whatever the hell you want.
Can I just say, I think pit vipers are so dumb.
Yeah, that's a whole thing that's made a comeback with the bros.
I get a little bit why it's like, okay, it's the next iteration of those Oakley M frames that like baseball players would wear.
Yeah.
Anytime I see a human being out in public wearing one of those, it's a little bit like a Cybertruck. I'm like, what do you think you're doing out here?
They're all, and it's all individuals, and you'll find the person, and maybe Will becomes the sociopath that doesn't care. That's the sort of guy that wears the Speedo. That's the sort of guy that he doesn't. And in some ways, I'm
the
jealous
art of not
of
giving an F.
That's the guy that can wear a fedora, and he doesn't care, like in an unironic way,
because it won't bother him what you think about it. It's
he's
just
like,
what
whatever,
he likes.
dude. This is my fedora.
Backwards hats are a far cry from fedora, though.
I would agree with that.
Yes, it is. And there's a text.
That's one step away from a Kangol, Will.
No, I don't know. That means
Samuel
nothing to me. That means nothing to me. But this is a great text.
The Kangol is the Samuel L. Jackson kind
of
like,
whatever that stupid hat is.
The one that he wears backwards.
The driver's hat. I had a college football coach that used to wear that.
I used to sell those. I had a bunch of those.
This guy said, I'll never forget it when a girl called me out for having basketball posters on my wall. I was 22. They came down the day after.
Yeah.
It happens.
Well, once the significant other calls you out, like that's what happened with my hair. I had really bad hair at the very end, and a significant other said, dude, just go bald, and then you go bald. So a lot of these changes also happen if someone else typically a hot comes in and tells you,
yeah, dude.
hey, you need to fix these things.
That's why the hot is the ultimate like retail gal. There's
Top
nothing
trump
better
card.
than if you're in whatever store you're into, whether you shop at Old Navy, whether you shop at Nordstrom, anything in between. There's nothing more enjoyable than the awkward 20-something or the awkward 50-something.
Yeah.
Right? The 20-something's more likely to be in the Banana Republic or the Old Navy,
Sure.
the 50 more in the Nordstrom. There's nothing better than you can tell the guy that isn't really confident about what he's doing in there. And of course, the retail lady's hot. And the hot girl's like, oh no, these are all the I think you look great in these.
These are great. Oh, that's a $350 sweater, sir.
And then you see the guy putting it on and he's like, okay.
She said it looks good. And
And
you're
in
like,
no way is he confident wearing those. Like that guy's walking out of there in some like linen cargo pants. And
It
he's
might
like,
live in his closet, or he might try to wear it once, and his wife will look at him sideways, and it goes right back in the closet.
well, you know he goes home and you know the wife looks at him for the older guy and is like, you son of a bitch. Because she knows what happened. She knows a hot told him that he looked good. And in reality, he looks like a clown. And you're like, well, this is what I'm. And we've all been there. Every one of us has been there before where a hot says something and you're like, well, like, this is my new look. She said it looked good. Therefore, I'm wearing this every day for the rest of my life.
The posters in the bedroom thing, though, that's interesting because that is something that can graduate with you through your life as an adult sports fan because there's a maturity point where you cannot have them on your bedroom walls. That is a no-go. It's a no-fly zone for the ladies if you got those going on. But you're sharing a house with bros. Sometimes those end up in the living room,
Well, yeah,
and that's still acceptable there.
well, like-
but then you get a little older, and they can only go in like a living room, a den, a man cave type
Or
area.
as you get older, you realize that you can't have that big wooden spool as your coffee table.
Yeah.
You actually have to have furniture that looks like you know what you're doing.
Wasn't something you picked up off of Craigslist that was in the for free section?
Well, I had like a, and you get like these come in phases. Like not to get all like bring the show down, but like after my wife passed, I moved out of our house and I got rid of all our. We needed a fresh.
Yeah, the things that reminded you
Right?
or trigger some of the trauma from it, and that
Yeah,
makes sense.
so we
Yeah.
just I did like a
cleanse almost.
yeah, we did like a hard reset. So I had a floor bed for a while because I got rid of our bed.
Yeah.
So I just had a mattress like on the floor because we moved into the place and everything was in boxes. And I'll admit that went on a little longer than it probably should have had. We're living in that house for a couple months, the new house, and I really hadn't put anything away. Yeah, you're dealing with some other.
Yeah.
You're dealing with some
There's
other
more
stuff.
pressing matters.
And I was sitting around on a Saturday, and I think I was sitting there like in a pair of like cut off like sweat shorts. I didn't have a shirt on or whatever. And my youngest daughter, who was pretty small at the time, and is like, "Hey, Dad, can I play with so and so from school?" And I was like, "Oh, you got a friend?" And I was like, "Absolutely." I was like, "Do you need me to drop her off or whatever?" And I was like, or she said no. She goes, "Her mom's gonna come pick me up." And I was like, "Great." And she was like, "The mom wants to come in and meet you though." And I was
And you're like,
I was like, "Oh."
I don't know if I like that.
I was like, when are they showing up? And they're like, well, if it's okay, they're going to be
15
here in
minutes.
just a couple minutes. And I was like panicked. I was like, crap. So I was like, put on clothes. And I'm looking around the house and it's just, dude, it's got real divorce. Like I've only got my dad on the weekend vibe. Like I got my kids on the weekend.
yeah, that I'm barely hanging on to the control of this little family right now,
Yeah,
at least
I was-
on my own end.
Yeah, it was rough. So believe it or not, like I went up, like threw some clothes on, and I started shoving stuff in boxes, and then I lied and said that we had just moved in.
There you go.
She came in the house. I was like, "Oh, pardon me,
We just got here.
we just got here. We had been there like 6 months."
Love it.
But I was literally because I made it look more disorganized and starting to packing boxes and it's it is when you move in and it's been 6 months of this, but yeah. And that was like what I needed to get my ass together. That was one of those moments where I looked around and was like, all right,
I got to be better than this.
time to grow up. The very next day, first thing I did, order a bed.
There you go.
I was like,
Look
all right,
at you.
floor beds come. I will admit, the floor bed was kind of nice.
Was it just the mattress on the floor?
Yeah, it's the mattress on the floor.
Yeah.
A nice floor bed. Dogs loved it. It was good.
I love that move
Yeah.
when I was 19.
Yeah, the floor bed was great.
It was
I had
awesome
because
at
I was
19.
my mid 30s. It was a renaissance to the floor bed. That next day I ordered a bed. I ordered like living room furniture. That weekend we're like, all right, we're heading out. We're getting furniture. We're putting boxes away, putting stuff up on the walls, putting together a house. You have those moments where you just realize I'm too old. I'm too old to have these sorts of things.
Yeah, I had a roommate that had a floor bed in San Francisco, and she found a mouse in her floor bed, a live mouse.
Yeah.
She wasn't thrilled about
No,
that. I'm like,
it's-
you might want a real bed.
Yeah, time to move it up
Also,
off
we
the
might
ground.
want to do something about these mice. All right, we got a sports show for you today. Lots of stuff going on in the National Football League, some NFL knee swap for you. Surprisingly, some more baseball bonbons making their way to our show, and the most terrifying mascot this city's ever seen has arrived.
Hands down. Not even close. Doug Fur, sit your ass down.
Yeah, step aside. There's a new sheriff in town. We'll get to all of that coming up, but next is headlines here on an SOB edition of Primetime 1080 The Fan. Lines in just a second, but Suk adding one more stroke of genius to that previous story. Not only did he put stuff in boxes to make it look like he had moved, he went and got other boxes from the garage to bring them inside so that a larger quantity of boxes would indicate more truth to the story. It's a stroke of genius.
I must have pulled 10 boxes out of the garage, some of which, by the way, were empty that I had already unpacked. No, those boxes went back in the living room to give the appearance. I couldn't have... like the first friend that my daughter invites over to our new house in a new place, and that's what the mom rolls in. First, it's bad enough. I've battled this my whole life. When the kids have had to bring friends over and you just see me, and that's all there is, and there's no female, automatically red flags go up, and you can't have the house looking like it looked like.
Yeah,
I'm not going to do that to my kids.
I get that. That makes sense.
Oh, believe me, I've experienced that many a time. When it's just me. It's just, don't worry about it. I'll be in charge of your kid. Bring him over. It's fine. Maybe we'll indoctrinate him into some sketchy points of views. How do you feel about Storm and Capitals?
Exactly. Yeah, I was going to say, you got the Jan 6er look, and then it looks like you can't keep your home life together. The other parental unit might be not so keen.
But like when they do bring friends over, that's when you have to you wear long sleeves and maybe a hat.
Yeah,
puts on a little better
backwards.
Sure.
Puts on a little better vibe. Cover up some tattoos. Wear a hat.
Grab your fedora.
Grab a fedora. Put that on straight. Put off more of a...
Put on a tie, even though you're not wearing a shirt that belongs... Like, do you remember the Patrick Willis retirement ceremony?
Yeah, I do remember the Patrick Willis.
He was wearing like an open collar, like a plaid shirt, and someone was like, "Oh, you..." Like right before, like he went up to the podium, and like, "You should put on a tie," and he grabbed somebody's tie and he put it around his gigantic Patrick Willis neck, and it wasn't part of a dress shirt combo. It was so bizarre.
Like, it's just one of those things. Sometimes when you're meeting your kids' friends' parents for the first time, it's nice to put a good foot forward, especially when your natural countenance cannot be the most friendly thing in the world.
Well, people say they shouldn't, but first impressions matter to a lot of people.
And again, I don't care what you think of me, but I do care what you think of my kid.
Sure.
Like, I would never go into a parent-teacher conference wearing shorts and a t-shirt. You class it up a little bit. Cover up the tattoos, clean up the beard a little bit, put on a... Like, it's like you're going to the bank to get a loan. You don't show up in a "Let's Party Naked" t-shirt. You just,
Yeah, I get that.
That's the only time you're going to see me not wearing a hat or a beanie.
When you're in the "Let's Party Naked" shirt.
Yes. When it's something important, it's, hey, wear some slacks, wear a colored shirt, shave your head, trim your beard.
Yeah, present yourself a little bit,
100%.
Clean it up. Clean it up.
Well, it is PGA Championship week here on The Fan, presented by Langdon Farms Golf Club. And the PGA Championship today, for one, first-round leader bets not looking so good.
Not so hot.
I did almost get into a sweat that I would have felt guilty about for our audience because a guy that is one of my auto plays, mostly because Rop mocked it about 6 weeks ago, was Alex Smalley.
I remember that.
And so now I've been playing him just to spite Rop because I want to win that. And when I do, I'll rub it in his face.
I love spite picks, by the way.
And he was not part of this field, but he was the first alternate. And yesterday, towards the end of the day, someone withdrew. And I saw that late last night, and I added him to the card. And then he was like one off the lead.
Yeah, he's 4 under.
And he was right there. And I thought for a second, I'm going to have to come in today and explain how I got a winner that I didn't give out among the 11 others that I provided.
Because right now, Ryan Gerard, right?
Yeah, and Ryan Gerard at one point today was 7 under par, and the rest of the field was 4 under. And I texted Rob, who is available. They do have a cell signal out in Salina, Kansas.
Thank God.
I said, "Who the hell is Ryan Gerard?" And he goes, "Jesus, dude, I have no idea. Never heard of the guy."
No. And yet there he is leading. And I know there's some people still out on the course, but he will be the leader after round 1.
Well, but the top of the leaderboard is almost nobody you've ever heard of. And there's a bunch of guys that are tied for 8th that are a couple shots off the lead that you've heard of. But if you go through the first couple tiers, Ryan Gerard and Cam Davis, people know who Cam Davis is, but he's not a star.
No, Luke Donald was the one that I'm like, okay.
He was a star 10 years ago.
Yes.
And then you've got Ryan Fox, Alex
Fox?
Smalley. Ryan Fox, I think, won a week or two ago in like the secondary PGA tournament.
Couldn't tell you.
Stefan Yeager, Aaron Rye, Alex Norin, JT Poston, Ro Hisatsun. Wait, Hisatsun? Is that how you would say it?
Couldn't tell you his Japanese. I can ask
Nico Echevarria.
I can ask the BTJ about him.
We know Matt Fitzpatrick.
Yeah.
We know Robert McIntyre. Keegan Bradley. They're tied for 8th. They're at 3 under par.
You want to try to pronounce old Rasmussen's name here?
That's Højgaard.
Oh, that's Højgaard?
Yeah.
Should I know who Rasmussen?
I don't think you should know who Rasmus Højgaard is. No.
I just love when you see those the Scandinavian names and there's a it's like an O with a line through it. You're like,
But the biggest names of the tournament, they paired together today. That was Scheffler, McIlroy, and Schauffele. None of them did particularly well. Scotty got hot towards the end of the day. Everyone really struggled today, with 16 in particular. A couple of those guys double bogeyed it. But
that was Scheffler and Roy both doubled.
Yep.
16.
And I was listening to the broadcast on the way in, and they said that has been playing the toughest approach of any shot on the course, and that the average ball coming in is ending up some 50 yards away from the pin. And the greens are crazy dry and tight, but the rest of the course is wet, and it's it's causing some problems. Now, I didn't really know. Do you know about these sub-air greens? Have you heard about these?
No. What is a sub-air green?
So it's essentially they have a ventilation system under their greens to ensure that they stay dry and tight, which is, in theory, great so that your greens stay in good conditions. But when the rest of the golf course is wet
soggy,
and you're getting mud balls that people are complaining about, and they can't control them, and then the greens don't match the conditions that you're playing off of, you have these issues with people getting it tight to the pin, and they're not able to. So,
but yeah, it was Scheffler, Rory, and Xander Schauffele. They did the triple double, the old triple double bogey.
And Scheffler's going to be right there. He's 2 under par. He's tied for 19th. That's 4 shots off the lead. Not a lot for him. Not a lot of ground for him to cover over 3 more days. But you look at the other stars. Jon Rahm, 1 under. Xander, 1 over. Justin Thomas, 1 over. Rory, 3 over. And this is a place Rory's won 4 times. So we talked about the names that nobody knows at the top of the leaderboard and the names everybody knows down towards the bottom. I think Bryson is 1 over as well. Yeah. But it's not a star-studded top of the leaderboard.
No, I did see Scheffler was joking after the round. He said it's the first time in his career, and probably the last, that he made a double and still had honors.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, well, he teed off. So,
yeah.
You're playing obviously
in
the foursome there.
That
so
can't happen often.
No, Schauffele, Rory, and Xander all ended up with doubles. So he was joking after the round. And he goes, that's the first and the last time I will ever keep honors after hitting a double bogey, because they all had the doubles.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. Well, we'll get to more on the PGA Championship a little bit later. They're doing something interesting for the fans that I had not been aware of other tournaments doing, and I wonder if it's the future of some of these marquee events. We'll talk a little bit about that. But also, it's a big elimination night in both the NHL and the NBA.
And there's a big news in the NBA that may end up affecting this.
Which is?
Jamal Murray.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. So if you haven't heard yet, it is Game 6 tonight in Denver. The Nuggets trying to avoid elimination at the hands of the Thunder. And Jamal Murray's now questionable for this game with illness. Yeah. And so we don't know how bad it is. It's probably going to be a game time type of thing. But without him, they really lose some firepower. And they play well at home, and they've given OKC everything they can handle, but that would be a huge blow.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
everyone can attempt to play when you're sick, but not everyone's Michael Jordan out with the flu game. That is going to be a massive impact at time for a team that really lacks something other than Jokic.
And then on the ice tonight, a couple of possible elimination games as well. Do you think either the Hurricanes or the Stars wrap it up?
I think more than likely both do.
I think so too.
It's just, to me, and I mean, people are big hockey guys out there. Washington looks completely overmatched. And, Winnipeg's doing what Winnipeg does, and that is melt down, and the Stars are just a wagon. The Stars are really good, and they're really deep, and they're getting healthy, and if you've watched those 2 series, it's clear who the better team is.
Yeah.
Especially in the Carolina series. At least Winnipeg's been in some of those games, and then their goalie, who's the best goalie in the world, melts down every playoff.
Can't play on the road,
but Washington just looks overmatched.
Yeah.
They just do.
Yep. Well, lots going on in the NFL, but first and foremost, we've all been in a spot before, I think, where we've said some things about our employer that we wouldn't necessarily want made public.
Whoops.
It's unfortunate when those come out and you're still working for the same company. Yeah. Did the quarterback step in it, or does the company have a problem on their hands? We'll get to that next in our NFL knee swab, but here is Will with SportsCenter.
This is a PGA Championship Week edition of Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Ellen Sports Desk, a SportsCenter update on 1080 The Fan.
Sports Center is brought to you by Vulcan Design and Construction. Check out their award-winning outdoor living designs or schedule your free design consultation at vulcandc.com. One game in the association tonight. The Thunder are looking to join the Timberwolves in the Western Conference Finals with a road win against the Nuggets. OKC leads that series 3-2. Jamal Murray is a game-time decision for Denver. He's dealing with an illness. OKC favored by 5.5. Tip-off at 5:30. Over in the NHL, you have 2 elimination games tonight in the playoffs. The Washington Capitals are looking to stave off elimination in Game 5 of their series versus the Hurricanes. Carolina leads that series 3-1. Hurricanes are favored on the money line at -170. Puck drop at 4. Then at 6:30, the Stars look to finish off the Jets in Winnipeg. The Stars are up 3-1 in that series as well. Winnipeg is favored on the money line at -130. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
It's back, the 11th annual Fan Golf
to Primetime. It's time to start our NFL Niçois, and the NFL story du jour, some ugly stories coming out of Chicago.
It's just this is a bad look.
It's not uncommon
It's just bad.
that in sports or just in life, when things are bad at one stop somewhere, the details of that come out later.
Sure.
The problem with that is Caleb Williams is entering his second year with the Chicago Bears, and Seth Wickersham is writing a book about quarterbacks in general.
Yeah, it's called American Kings, a biography of the quarterback. Basically, we've talked about it a million times. It's the most important position in all of sports. Nothing's close to it. We talked about with the Commanders. The Commanders went from being a completely irrelevant team to having as many primetime slot games as anyone. I think there's 11 marquee games that they're involved with. Why? They have Jaden Daniels, and that's what he's writing about. And for some reason,
so that's
these morons talk to him.
It's not even the Caleb Williams story. This is about quarterbacks in general, and he's talking to old and young and everywhere in between, successful, not, on the rise, what have you. And I don't know whether it was Williams or Williams' dad or a combination of both. But there is now plenty of information in this book about how much Caleb Williams did not want to go to Chicago.
No, and his dad, and we know the dad is a little bit of a hands in the pie sort of guy. And we know this about Arch Manning. We know this about Deion Sanders. Who else? Kyler Murray's dad has had some of this.
Yeah, remember the whole Dan Patrick interview where he's like, can he answer that, Dad? That whole thing?
And that's fine. Right? Cam Newton's dad was a little bit, I get it, man. Everyone's got dads and they pry a little bit, but why? Why are you talking to someone about a book that isn't even about your son? And some of the stuff in there, it just doesn't make any sense to me why they would speak to this. Carl Williams, who's Caleb's father, and I quote in the book, Chicago is the place where quarterbacks go to die. Why?
So this Wickersham wrote this. He said quarterback Caleb Williams was so concerned about being picked by the Chicago Bears in 2024 that he and his family weighed blowing up the entire NFL draft, consulting with lawyers to figure out a way around the league's collective bargaining agreement while considering signing with the UFL. Details from the forthcoming book reveal Chicago's the place where quarterbacks go to die. You said that from Carl Williams, Caleb's father. And then it goes on to say that Caleb told his father, I need to go to the Vikings. Let's do it, his father replied. But both Caleb and Carl knew that a trade to a division rival was extremely unlikely.
It's not going to happen.
Bears GM Ryan Poles stood firm, telling Williams, we're drafting you no matter what. That left one option, to either publicly attack the Bears in the city of Chicago, hoping that it would make the situation untenable, similar to what Jack and John Elway had done with the Baltimore Colts in '83. And, quote, he's worried about me taking bullets, Carl Williams told Wickersham about his son Caleb. I don't care. I just don't agree with this S, you know? I'm more interested in making sure that he can do what he wants to do. But Caleb was concerned that if they did try that and the Bears refused to trade him, it would be a tough situation in the end. Well, you have a tough situation now, buddy, because you told everybody about it.
You know, and it's one thing, I get it, because this isn't the first time. Steve Young hid in the USFL, right? Because he didn't want to play for Tampa Bay. John Elway famously was like, dude, I'm not going to the Colts. And threatened to go back, and I think he threatened to play baseball, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think he was drafted by the Yankees.
I think that was his leverage. Eli Manning, famously, they didn't want to go to the Chargers. By the way, the reason that worked out is Phillip Rivers.
Yeah.
Had that been a different class and Phillip Rivers not been there, the Chargers would have held his feet to the fire. It just so happened that they were like, okay, we think it's pretty close between Phillip Rivers and, dare I say, Phillip Rivers was the better quarterback. He just ended up in a worse situation. So in that aspect, maybe the Manning family knew something. So this isn't unprecedented, but normally when you go scorched earth, it's because you're gone. And I know that the Bears, the Williams family decided not to go scorched earth. They kind of had this begrudging, fine, we'll do this.
But now they've told everybody how badly they wanted to go scorched earth because they hate the organization that drafted their son.
And I guess in some ways it's a little bit better because Shane Waldron, who caught a lot of bullets from this too, they wanted nothing to do with Shane Waldron, which again is not the worst thing in the world. And now you got Ben Johnson, but you still have the organization, you still have the city,
you still GM that drafted you.
You still have the GM that drafted you, and it just, and the guys in the locker room. I just don't know why that you would want to after let's say an uneven rookie year, to say the least. Uneven. And now they've dumped a ton of resources. They completely rebuilt your old line. You went out and you went out and spent draft capital on another receiver for you. You got 3 of them now. Yep. And you went out and got maybe the best pass catching tight end, not maybe, the best pass catching tight end in the draft in Loveland. And maybe they're fine with the smoke and the pressure. I just don't see the value in adding a bullseye and kind of, I mean, waving your wang in the face of an entire city and an organization. Last time I checked, Bears fans are pretty passionate
and fickle. Like if you go out and the first thing you do is throw an interception before a touchdown at your first game at home in the season, you're getting booed.
And then ultimately in the book they come around to it and they're like, well, we don't want to nuke the city. And he basically says, I can rescue the city. I think I'm good enough that I can rescue the city.
What are you, Batman, and this is Gotham? What is going on here?
Yeah, boy, I just don't see why. And this, I'm not trying to throw anything at a younger generation, because again, this involves his dad too. But this kind of goes to my thing about, we were talking yesterday about how there seems to be a movement in this country where everything needs to be public. Like you are not we have an inability anymore to just shut your mouth.
Why would you just not keep that to yourself?
You spent an entire offseason, by the way, fighting this narrative, and you said it wasn't true, and you said it was fine. I want to go to Chicago. I'm all in, 10 toes down, all of that stuff, only to then turn around and tell an author that everything you said was a lie and you wanted everything in your power to not be there. And the only reason that you're there is because, 1, you didn't think that you could get out of it. And 2, you didn't want all the flack that was going to come your way, that you were kind of a coward and you didn't really feel that strongly about it. When all you had to do was just nothing.
And now
all you had to do was just shut up.
And the timing of this is terrible, because it's going into the season before there isn't even football to talk about. So they're going to ask the coaching staff about it. They're going to ask Caleb about it. It's going to be something that comes up over and over again. How does this end? Does it? I mean,
and now you're on record saying that your division rival is the place. So I guess during this process, they got in, Caleb Williams and his family got to meet Kevin O'Connell, the Minnesota coach, and who wouldn't want to play for Kevin O'Connell?
Yeah, he's an offensive genius.
But then you just decided you liked him so much, you're going to do anything you can to play for Minnesota.
Well, good luck.
Again, imagine if it came out that Scoot Henderson. And I guess we don't really, I mean, I guess it'd be like if you found out that Scoot Henderson before the draft, and I think this is a pretty good comparison because Scoot didn't exactly light the world on fire, right? Sure. Dare we say an uneven start?
Yeah.
What if you found out that Scoot Henderson at 3 was doing everything in his power to not come to Portland, and the place he wanted to go more than any other place and was going to force his way if he had the ability was the Lakers? Do you think that would sit well?
No.
With the city of Portland? You think everyone might be a little harder on Scoot?
And you know what? It's even fine to have wanted those things privately. There's no upside and no benefit to letting this out. Like, Wickersham's not paying them for this story. They just can't help themselves but share it.
I get it. Your wife's sister may be hotter and sluttier and cooler and doing all kinds of cool stuff that your wife isn't doing. And I totally get it at the family reunion, or when you're sitting there at Thanksgiving, you're sitting over there looking at the old sister-in-law. You know what you don't do?
Make a move?
You don't I would say you don't go up to the dad and be like, you know what? Your other daughter. I know I'm with this one over here and she's fine, but man, let me tell you something. This other one over here, this is what I really wanted, but I was kind of afraid that if I said something, it might blow up the whole family. So I'm fine with your you know what? We're going to be fine with your other daughter, but man, this one over here. You don't. You just eat the turkey and the stuffing and you shut your damn face, and maybe you tell your best friend, gosh, I wish. And then you just stay quiet and you write it out. You don't go spilling the beans to the neighbors.
What's the age-old adage? You don't S where you eat. Yeah. I mean, you are still playing there. You're still trying to win over the city, the fan base, prove to the franchise they made the right choice, and now you're letting them know how much you thought they sucked before you got there.
I do think there is a spin zone, though, with it. and you can, like, as you read further into the article, it does talk about how Eberflus and Waldron didn't tell him what he needed
Yeah.
to be
That's what I was
watching
gonna get to
and how to
next, 'cause
help
I
him
think
and
he-
how to coach him on some of this stuff. And so if I'm the Williams, it's immediate PR spin and turn and say, it's not the city, it's not the front office, it's that coaching staff.
It's the way things were under this old
Right.
regime. Yeah.
But now you brought in Ben Johnson. He revived Jared Goff's career. Like, look at what he did in Detroit. This is the place where he wanted to be because he wanted to be with me. I wanted to be with him. The only reason I said Minnesota was because I got to see Coach O'Connell. I never got to talk to Ben Johnson because he was in Detroit and they weren't going to take a QB. There is a spin zone around this, and there is a way that you can polish up this turd, but neither one of you are wrong in what he did was stupid, and you're going to see this more and more because you saw it this year with Shador. You saw it this year with Nico Emiliava at Tennessee. You're going to see it again and again because more and more people don't really have an issue sharing all of their opinions.
Yeah, and the thing that you referenced, I'll give you this excerpt too. It says the book also sheds light on his tumultuous rookie season, in which both Eberflus and Waldron were fired because the Bears lost 10 straight games. At times, Williams said he would watch film alone with no instruction or guidance from the coaches. Quote, "No one told me what to watch. I just turned it on."
See, and I don't know. Remember, one side of the story, I find that
Unlikely.
I find it unlikely. I'm not saying, look, whatever you think of Caleb Williams and the fault, this is the same dad, by the way, that was like the NFL is unconstitutional and the rookie scale and the CBA. And
Yeah, he's one of those sports dads
Look,
that can't help himself.
I by no means am an NFL veteran. I had a cup of coffee in it, but I have played high level football in college. I was in the NFL. I know a lot of guys. I have never. I find that hard to believe.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. I find it hard to believe that the franchise quarterback that you drafted to save your job was given no instruction whatsoever. That didn't happen to me in high school. It didn't happen to me in college. I was the third damn string center in Denver and Tampa Bay and was never not given instruction on what to watch.
Yeah.
Never heard of that in my entire life. So am I saying that that is a lie? No, because I don't know. Maybe it really was that dysfunctional.
Could it be as simple as he watched film by himself a lot and thought he would get help or instruction? Like,
I find that incredibly hard to believe. And I just be careful, man.
Where there's smoke,
there was
there's
a
fire.
lot of this stuff about Caleb Williams coming out, and just I would just, the guy's uber talented. He did not light the world on fire, and he has no more excuses because he has one of the brightest minds in the NFL. They've given him every offensive weapon known to man, and it just kind of feels like it's never Caleb Williams' fault, and there's always something. Be wary of again, I'm going to go back. Be wary of the really, really hot girl that always has something going on. She's a 10, and you put up with it because she's a 10, but there's always something. And it feels like with Caleb Williams, there's always something. And a lot of it, in my mind, is his own doing. So it's something.
A couple NFL teams shockingly didn't get any love in primetime when it comes to scheduling, plus some highlights from the social media Super Bowl that was the schedule releases yesterday. We'll get to that next. Primetime SOB edition, 1080 The Fan. a little bit in our NFL knee swat today. One thing I was wondering if Suk had seen as an offensive lineman. Have you seen the invention of offensive line coach Bill Callahan, the new sled that he's got going?
I don't know. Is this brand new this year?
Big
believe
Bertha.
Big Bertha. I will send it to you right now.
I'll look up Bill Callahan's sled.
Yeah, apparently Titans O-line coach Bill Callahan has put together a sled that is 380 pounds and only moves if it's hit properly or squarely. And
So it's just a big sled.
I guess. I just didn't know if you'd ever seen something like this or if Ortner had seen anything like this. Is this groundbreaking or is this just a O-line coach adding weight to something?
Just looks like I'm watching it here. It looks like a really heavy sled that instead of an upright bag is kind of bent over, so you're forced to have leverage.
It's a different style. I wouldn't say like it's groundbreaking or new, but most of those sleds, like the ones that you see where the guys hit it and it goes way up above their head,
Yeah.
You have to hit it with the right force to push it in to hit the lever that will allow it to go up.
This just looks like it's meant for you to get lower.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's necessarily at this day and age. I hate to be the one of bearer of bad news. There's nothing that's groundbreaking in training.
I wouldn't think so either, but this was going around today. I'm like, as someone who didn't play, I'm like, is this special or is this just a thing?
And to be honest with you, in the NFL, we didn't really hit a lot of sleds. They're not, like, again, not to crap on anything, but like sled work is, it's a bit antiquated. Like it's something you do as a warm up. In NFL practices, you are not spending a lot of time on sleds. They're not realistic. It's more of a conditioning and maybe a habit builder, but like that's not the way. One of the biggest misnomers between like little kid high school football, even in college and the NFL, is you don't really block defensive linemen in the NFL. You just kind of you get in their way.
You like herd them. You deflect them over here, over there.
Like the idea that you're going to take Aaron Donald and that you're going to put your helmet in his chest and then get a hold of him and then like drive block him, that doesn't really happen. It's more just trying to control and again, get in someone's way. Yeah, you can knock a guy off the ball if you're using a duo block and you got a little double team, but these defensive tackles that exist in the NFL that are 360 pounds, you don't move them. And the really athletic defensive linemen, you just, again, wherever which way they want to go, you kind of get in their way and then try to run them that way. So the sled thing is, it's cute and it's fun for OTAs and, we're going to get physical, but it's more of a toughness conditioning sort of thing than anything you would actually use on the field. It's just, defensive linemen are too good to block them the way that you think of blocking someone. The way if I were to show a young kid how to block and then you look at the way NFL linemen block, it's the same in theory principle, but it's
different in practice.
It's different in practice because you have an athletic freak or just an immovable human being that's standing in front of you.
Sleds are more used for technique work of making sure like your hands are in the right spot. Or to be honest now, a lot in like double teams, if you're using your forearm shiver, it's not a whole lot of like, hey, we're going to go hit the sled for 20 minutes and then move on. It's the stretching before you get ready. And like Suk said, a lot of those types of blocks now are not drive them off the ball, they're positional. We always talked about positional blocking and physical blocking. A physical block is going to be like your double team. But like when it comes to like a reach block or a lot of times with zone, you can kind of take the guy where he wants to go. It's up to the running back to cut off where you want to take him. It's rare that you're told, hey, this guy has to stay in this gap
it's just, I was reading your thing and like we see this all the time where it's like the title of this is Genius, Legendary Offensive Line Coach Bill Callahan. All right.
It's clickbait.
It's clickbait. You see it a lot too.
In your own words, this is much ado about a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah, I always love too in these sorts of things where you see this a lot like with the high school camps where you do the one-on-ones without pads. every rep that is highlighted is the worst rep you've ever seen.
Oh, and somebody's getting owned or demolished.
So every one of them is an O lineman literally grabbing a kid like around the neck and flinging him either into his right guard to blow out his ACL or literally turning the corner and flinging him into where your quarterback is. One, you just blew out your buddy's knee, and you got called for a personal foul and a hold. But we love the sensational click stuff. It's every time I see one of those reps for an offensive lineman, and I think Jeff Schwartz does a pretty good job. He always clicks and is like, "This is a terrible rep," just so you know. But it's always the viral ones that are like, "Look at this guy, he's all man." Like I'm watching like this clip of J.C. Latham, who's just like this big dude. It's just like what he's doing has no relevance to what you would actually do.
To me, I'm like, would that be
field.
effective if you're only practicing stopping like the tush push or something? I don't know. It seems
that's a cool. I mean, it's a conditioning thing. He's gonna learn to get his ass low and drive his legs.
Well, nice job, Bill.
I honestly think that most football guys, if they aren't true blue O-line guys, don't actually know O-line. Like they just think they do, and so then they talk about that being groundbreaking, or they'll take the high school clip where the kid throws the dude to the ground and be like, "Look at this pancake." And it's just a lack of knowledge of what it truly takes to be an offensive lineman. It's like the least known about skill group, because if you're not one of them, you'll just never get it.
There's a guy, Duke. Is it
Duke Manyweather?
Yeah. If you want like good O-line stuff, go follow that guy. He runs like O-line masterminds and like really, really bright, intelligent dude that works with like Lane Johnson and some of the best O-linemen in the game. And I think we're getting to the point where hopefully people are understanding O-line a little bit better, because it's a really technical position, and it's a really important position. I think it's very misunderstood from a lot of the general football.
No, and I generally find that for whatever reason, if it's because of the intricacies of the position, all the things that you're responsible for and accountable for, offensive linemen almost always make the best football analysts. It should across the board. It seems like there's so much at least offensive insight about when it comes to calling games and breaking stuff down.
O-linemen and quarterbacks, because the quarterback position
has to be accountable for all of it.
Yeah,
I get that.
There's just nothing. No one sees the game like a quarterback sees the game. I mean, I can see the game as a center. I can see the game from a pass protection standpoint. I can see it from run schemes. I can tell you what to look for in a box, run box, pass box, as far as like number counts, when you should audible out of things. But dude, you get into what a quarterback knows as far as route trees and understanding coverages and what he has to see pre-snap.
To check in and out of.
It's a whole other level, man. I don't even... And then you get really bright offensive coaches. I've always said, like, John Gruden was the most terrifying human being in the world to me. That guy has forgotten more about football. And you listen, like, Sean McVay is one of these guys, Kyle Shanahan. You listen to these guys talk, Kevin O'Connell and Matt LaFleur, and my God, Mike Martz was one when I was around that was actually too smart for his own good, because no one could understand the Mike Martz playbook other than Kurt Warner.
Yeah.
That's another one. If you ever want to get smart about football, listen to Kurt Warner. Dude is insane.
Yep.
And it's just it's a different world. It's why the game is both beautiful, but also it can be so confusing. There's just nothing like it in sports. Nothing has the violence and the technicality like football. It's a unique thing unto itself.
It's a great combination of like gladiator style warfare meets military precision. You just need a combination of both. It's strategy and it's brute force, and it's why so many people love it.
Yeah. And now we got Big Bertha. We
got Big Bertha.
Big Bertha out there.
Well, we've got some more NFL Niswa coming up, including a couple surprising teams getting snubbed in primetime on schedule release day, and who caught the most shade on schedule release day as well, plus a valuation for one of the hot franchises in the NFL. That's all ahead, plus in the news in the next hour. You listen to an SOB edition of Primetime 1080 The Fan.
George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. A Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, it is PGA Championship week. We've got the first round currently underway. Tied for your lead right now, you have Ryan Gerard and Cam Davis. Both of them are finished on the day. They shot a 66 in round one. That puts them at 5 under for the tournament. Then you've got Luke Donald and Ryan Fox, Alex Smalley, and Stefan Jaeger all tied for third. Right now they are at 4 under. They are all finished all the way through. They shot a 67 today. Over in the NBA, you have one playoff game tonight. Thunder are looking to join the Timberwolves in the Western Conference Finals. Jamal Murray is a game-time decision for Denver. He's dealing with an illness. OKC is favored by 5.5. Tip-off for that game is going to be at 5:30. The Mariners, they get some much-needed rest. They have a day off after back-to-back series losses to different AL East teams, the Blue Jays and the Yankees. They're going to take on the Padres tomorrow in San Diego. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
More, please. Golf in the Northwest with Jason Swigart is
Fortunately for Masters champion Rory McIlroy, he is 3 over par and 8 shots
Not so
off the lead. Not great.
No, I think 8 might be a little bit of a tough hole to climb out of.
Yeah, I'd say so.
No, he doesn't need it. He's got the Grand Slam, right?
That's
fine.
right. This is he could be in cruise control here for the rest of the year and no one would bat an eye.
Well, that's why I wonder too. Like, look, I know everyone's trying to win every tournament, but this is like why we ask players in the NBA, like they don't play hard every game and they don't play defense. Like you can't go balls out every game.
Yeah,
every
this is
possession.
the human condition. You can only give your max so often or so much of the time.
So you wonder, like, if you're Roy, right? You got more money than you know what to do with. Yeah, it's a.
You've been on the celebration tour,
yeah, celebration tour, having some pops, celebrating a little bit. The PGA, you're like, maybe you know.
It's also a place he's won 4 times. He's like, I got this. No problem.
It's fine. You just wonder how truly talented he's like, I'll see you at the British. We're fine.
Yeah. See it, Royal Portrush.
Yeah.
Well, I want to finish up on a couple NFL items, including, we talked yesterday. I still think that the Schedule Rizzy may have been the best schedule release, the one that we played on air.
The Schedule Rizzy was pretty good. I saw the Raiders one I liked. I thought that one was pretty good.
The only thing I saw of the Raiders one was that they trolled the ringless Chargers.
They trolled everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So and theirs was a long one, but like they went through each employee was, and so there was a unique thing for every team that they played.
Sure.
Like they were the ones that had remember the card, the first down
yes,
card?
yes. I think that was Sterator, I think.
Yeah, so they were involved in that game. So they were hanging a photo of that game, and the guy was like, is that straight? And he's like, let's measure. And they brought out the sticks.
That's great.
And they measured it. And yeah, so they did something unique for each and every team. It was pretty well done.
It kind of hit me today. This is these franchises' social media team Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I'm not sure there's another event, not even like opening, week 1 kickoff or we made the playoffs. They plan this for months.
Yes.
And then they get together and they're ready for it to drop. I saw somebody from the Chargers social media team saying they met as many as 5 times a day to discuss writing and editing and plotting and whatever. And this went on for months. And so
that was the other good one. The Bills one was pretty good. The AI one.
I didn't see the Bills one.
So it was the Bills GM, and he calls Josh Allen, who's working out.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I did see this one.
They took some heat from a Philly fan because, so he calls Josh Allen and he's like, hey, we need to do something for our release video. And Josh Allen goes, just use AI. And the GM's like, AI? And he goes, yeah. He goes, AI will do it. And he's like, that, And so then the GM's like, AI. And it cuts to Allen Iverson. And Allen Iverson's like, what? And he says, yeah, I want you to do the schedule. And Allen Iverson's like, okay. And he just holds up a piece of paper. And he's like, this is the Bills' schedule. And that's it. And then it cuts to someone else calling the GM, and he's like, hey, did you get it figured out? He goes, yeah. He goes, AI was great. AI took care of everything.
Yeah.
And then at the end, they try to get Allen Iverson to say, go Bills. And Allen Iverson's like, go Josh Allen. It was
fantastic.
It was well done. There were a couple good ones out there.
The other one
making the rounds on
with
Twitter.
with some pop culture crossover. The Ravens did Ravon Industries. It's the work is important and mysterious. They did a Severance themed one.
Oh, okay.
And they had a whole facility. They had players from the team sitting down at the weird little 4-man cubicles. They had Tyler Linderbaum with his little Tyler L light up thingy, just like Mark S. And they roped in all of that stuff. I saw the Broncos went with a whole mutton busting theme.
Yeah, they did a mutton busting.
They basically just assigned a team or team's logo or persona to one of these kids riding the sheep that are getting bucked and thrown off.
Yeah.
And then the Chargers is the one that the most people had. The people picked apart the most. They left a bunch of Easter eggs in theirs. Will, you may know about this more than I do. Minecraft is like the big thing with the kids.
Yeah.
Like it's a video game.
It's huge.
Well, it's a video game, and they made a movie out of it.
Yeah.
Too.
Yeah,
the
movie's
movie
in
just
theaters right
came
now,
out.
right?
Yeah, so they reference it a lot in there.
They had to apologize.
So
That was a funny joke.
They did. So they had to. I think it was the Colts also had a Minecraft one, and it was the Colts that had to apologize because they had when they were playing the Miami Dolphins, they had the Coast Guard arresting Tyreek Hill, the Dolphin, and they apologized for that. I think also in that one, the lesser bandied about element is they had Will Levis getting hit by a bus with a bachelorette party.
Yeah.
And so they have since apologized. They also made a formal apology to Microsoft for stealing the Minecraft stuff. I guess the Chargers had that clear because they have not made such an apology.
No, I thought it was the Chargers because
they also did Minecraft.
I was under the assumption only one team had used Minecraft.
But included in the Chargers video of their schedule release, when they got to the Colts, they had Anthony Richardson running out of gas as he was driving his car, a reference to him taking himself out of the game. They had the Giants still being haunted by the ghosts of Saquon Barkley and Daniel Jones. For the Bears, they had the Washington Hail Mary play with Tyreek Stevenson jumping around and waving in the end zone. They also took aim at, they included the Ian Rappaport, Jordan Schultz fight in the Starbucks in Indianapolis.
Yeah.
They went on to, the Cowboys got cooked pretty good. They had light pouring into the stadium affecting, the problem that Jerry Jones couldn't solve.
Yeah.
Additionally, on the Jumbotron, they put the Mavericks fans mouthing Fire Nico, and then
saw that.
with the marquee reading defense wins championship. So they went all in there. When they go to visit the Vikings, they have banners up that say best record among wildcard teams 2024. And catching strays, the Minnesota Wild 8-time first round loser. The Raiders fans, this was pretty good. When it came to the Raiders, they put up a QR code that was for Raiders fans to scan. And when you go to the link, there's another QR code, and then there's another QR code, and there's another QR code. And it goes through 10 times, and it's a different message each time. Just scan, baby. You're almost there. And they just hand him a big L at the end. And it was just for that. So
I do appreciate the fact that social media teams, when done right, there are certain teams and all through college in this, there are some social media teams that do a really, really good job and that are clever about it and poking fun, but in a fun, in a fun way.
Yeah, it didn't really feel like anything here crossed the line with what the Chargers did, but they had little bits of, social media gossip and things like that against everybody. It was great.
Well, that's what you got to do. That's the whole point is you want engagement, you want interaction, and you want clicks.
Now, the other interesting thing that came out of the schedule release that I didn't realize yesterday is that there were 3 teams who did not get a primetime game.
Yeah.
Now, because of the ability to flex games later in the season, I think there's a decent chance that there's 1 or 2 of these teams that do get flexed in because of who their quarterbacks are. Yeah. And those 3 teams that did not get a primetime game are the Saints. Okay, I get that to a degree.
Sense. Now, if they get Aaron Rodgers, then all of a sudden maybe that's a little bit different. But why would anyone want to watch the Saints in a primetime game?
That one made sense to me. But the Browns, I get there's not a lot to write home about right now, but with the quarterback situation brewing with Shedeur Sanders,
I don't know. I tickle me skeptical. The Shedeur Sanders thing is going to be a non-story.
there'd be no reason to put them on the primetime schedule now.
Shedeur Sanders is not good. I don't know.
But when he gets a shot, America's going to want to see it.
Maybe we'll see. We'll see about that. I just think eventually he just fades. This is something that we as a media are trying to keep in the headlines because his last name is Sanders.
Well, and I think because of the slide and all of that went with it.
We'll see what happens.
But the one that's really the shocker is the team with the number 1 overall pick and the next franchise quarterback. The Tennessee Titans did not get a primetime game.
No, I would assume that at least once you'd want to get a look at Cam Ward.
Yeah.
And that's one too. If Cam has a Jaden Daniels like resurgence, then we'll see Tennessee. That's almost like a prove it sort of thing. But the other two make total sense. Little surprised that Tennessee didn't get one.
Well, we always love it when our politicians with our tax dollars get involved in our sports, and that's happening in both Ohio and Texas. I have a couple stories for you relating to politics and sports coming up next. Primetime, an SOB edition, 1080 The Fan.
Check
Welcome back to Primetime. Brief. Well, I don't know about brief. We might be done with the NFL for now. We do have some baseball bonbons coming up. And move aside Tula the elephant. There are new wildlife exotic animal babies in Oregon that we will be telling you about in the news. But first, we got to get political. And I mean this in the very best of ways. The lawmakers are at it again. They are trying to pass bills and legislation at certain places. Do you want to start in Ohio or do you want to start in Texas?
Why did I ever leave Ohio?
Okay, well, this comes to us
what's Ohio got going on?
from the very same state that wanted to ban flag planting.
Oh,
you know?
yeah. Yeah, that was when Michigan planting the flag, and then we had was it Jack Sawyer and company had a
Yeah, they had a hissy fit about
bit
it,
of a kerfuffle
and
there
that ended up being a whole thing. Well, now lawmakers are tired of noon kickoffs in the state of Ohio, and they want to ban them. They want to make it law
You can ban.
that with the exception of the game between Ohio State and Michigan, which is always played at noon, they're trying to make it a felony. Or Ohio State's government is they're trying to make the flag planting a felony, and the government is also crafting a bill that would fine Fox or other broadcasters $10 million if the Buckeyes play certain schools at or before noon.
That's the dumbest thing I thought the flag planting was dumb.
Yeah.
What?
They don't want any more noon kickoff, baby. No.
So you're gonna make it a felony.
Well, they're making the flag planting
Well,
a felony,
a
but
felony.
yeah, which,
So
okay,
you're
whatever.
Gonna fine a company $10 million for putting your games on at noon. Have fun with that. I'm guessing that there's going to be a legal fight to that. Are we at the point now where no one gives a rip that you're going to lose in court? You just do stuff anyways? I mean, it's shocking to me the number of times that we're like, oh, we're gonna get this law passed. And you're like, you can't do that. Watch me.
This is this legislation coming from State Representative Tex Fisher.
I got a good idea what Tex Fisher's all about.
Well,
He's not doing this to win, though. He's doing it to win the hearts of his constituents.
yeah, his Twitter profile says, proud Ohioan, first vice chairman of Mahoning GOP, Bryson DeChambeau fan, and formerly of ACC National. So
and current absolute dumbass. By the way, not kind of what you would think Tex would look like.
no, he looks more like a
Looks
hipster
like-
bro kind of,
yeah.
or like he would be making craft beer or something.
I'm glad to.
He's got like thick black frames. He's got a beard,
I'm
hairs
glad to
everywhere.
I'm glad to see that our representatives are really tackling those
Yeah.
issues that really matter, like noon kickoffs.
Mm-hmm.
$10 million. Good one, dude.
And I guess I don't even really understand the purpose. Like, is it detrimental to your fans or to your games? To like, you're still Ohio State. People still like.
I don't
Who
know.
cares?
My guess is it's just you don't because you can't tailgate as much. I don't know. This moron.
Now down in
By the way,
Texas,
just move the game to 12:15. Fox announces new 12:15 slot.
there you go, 12:01 kickoff.
Yeah, good one.
Now you're well aware of the Ted Cruz curse in sports. We've
Absolutely.
documented that
I
a little
love the
bit.
Ted Cruz curse. It's
Well,
hilarious.
The Texans are finally, and I don't mean the NFL franchise. I mean the people of Texas. They're finally fighting back because now there is a lawmaker proposing a ban of Ted Cruz being at sporting events.
What?
Yeah.
What are we doing? Why are we so dumb?
It's funny. That's why we're doing it.
We're doing bits to get votes, baby.
It's very funny.
We're so stupid. We just collectively, in general, we're getting dumber and dumber by the day. This is what we're spending our political capital on.
Yeah, so the politicians Kelly and Kuffner proposed the resolution urging Cruz to focus on protecting the jobs of NASA and other federal employees affected by the Trump administration's budget cuts, along with other key issues. So really what they're telling him to do is get back to work and stop going to sports, and if we can ban him from going to sports, he'll have to do more work.
Oh, so because Tex, in a shocking development, was a Republican. This coming from the Democrats.
I would imagine so.
I'd like to see that we're getting dumbasses on both sides of the aisle. Banning Ted Cruz. Sorry, Ted. It's a law. You can't come into our game. Cool, everybody.
Medical research at MD Anderson and the Texas Medical Center is being gutted. Tariffs are killing the Texas economy. We are beyond asking Ted Cruz to help. We further urge him to spend quality time with his dog Snowflake, or share a couch with J.D. Vance, or work on his basketball skills, anything other than attend games in person.
It did not say share a couch with J.D. Vance.
No, it didn't.
Okay. I was like, They're doing this to be funny. Both of these they're fake.
This is from the Houston Chronicle.
No, I understand, but this isn't a real thing.
No, people are doing bits.
Right.
Yes.
And that's why it's kind of funny.
It's not. It's not funny because these are actual people that actually make laws, and this is how they're spending their time.
You don't love it?
I would think you'd be all about this. You want to be a corrupt sheriff.
Look, someone else deserves our country, and eventually they're going to have it. So, and when it falls, it's our own fault.
Is there a sports law that you would make if you could be like
a sports law?
Well, I don't know. Like if there was something that you thought could be outlawed in a sport or included in a sport or a change that would be required in a sport, is there something that you would do? Like as a sports czar?
A sports czar. Like I would, if you put me in charge, I think I could come across some college football reasonable structures that would make sense.
Yeah, one of the ones for me, and this is
it doesn't seem that hard to sit down, but then you get into the whole antitrust thing. But if I had unilateral power, I think within a day or so, you could fix a lot of what ails college sports.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be that hard. But that's a broader term. If I was taking something that was like, I don't know, more along the lines of I don't know, kind of angry broy sports, guy, I would probably do away with some of the NFL protection stuff. Some of like the way that we treat quarterbacks.
Sure.
I would change the way running quarterback.
Let him get hit.
I would remove some of those because I get why those things are in place. Oh, first off, the ejection rule in college football for targeting, that's gone. That would be reviewed immediately for intent.
Mm-hmm.
If it's a cheap shot and your intent was to hurt someone, fine, you're gone. But this incidental targeting and getting run,
yeah, that's
dumb.
for the birds.
And then I just think the way we referee quarterbacks, and I understand that, we did this because we didn't want people to get hurt and the whole CTE thing eventually, but we've gone too far. And now the information is out there. When you sign up for it, what you're getting into. We have concussion protocol in place. I think some of the way that we legislate football, you're trying to make something that is unsafe, safe. And I don't think you can. And I think it makes the game worse. I would remove a lot of the modern, not going back to the olden days where you're taking people's heads off, but some of the stuff, especially around quarterbacks, I would scale a lot of that back.
Now, we kicked this around yesterday off the air, but there's also been all the talk about the government getting involved in NIL stuff. And recently, Nick Saban meeting with the POTUS and even the suggestion that Nick Saban become a commissioner for the sport as almost appointed by the government or as suggested by the government.
Yeah.
And we thought that was interesting because, for one, college football right now is the Wild West. Nobody has control of anything, and it could absolutely use a commissioner that actually wielded any kind of power. Yeah. The problem is the NCAA has lost all of its power from the courts, essentially, and so we don't have a figure like that. And what did Nick Saban say about being the commissioner?
He said we don't need one.
Don't need one.
Yeah, it was interesting that he's the guy that universally gets thrown out to be the commissioner, and he just came out and was like, I don't think we need one, which was interesting that the guy you want to put in charge doesn't want to be in charge, nor does he want anyone else in charge, which I thought was kind of adorable. If you had some common sense practices in college football, you could make a huge difference. The problem is that anytime you try to implement common sense, someone just sues. And for anyone that gets mad about college football, don't be mad at the sport and don't be mad at the players. Be mad at the institutions that keep suing.
Yeah. Or
you can be mad at players that keep suing because they won't collectively bargain. They won't call them employees.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're not willing to say that someone's an employee and you're not willing to say that someone has a say in how things are run, you can't then tell them what to do. That's a law. Like that's universal.
Yep.
Like when you hire someone, you can go and think like labor unions, right? So that's like if you work at an auto factory and you say, well, you're not my employee, and I'm not going to let you collectively bargain what we can do. And then you come to work and then you try to tell that person that they have to follow XYZ. That's illegal.
Yeah.
So the common practice thing isn't that hard, but the NCAA won't get out of their own way. And the powers that be, from schools to agents, whatever, will keep suing and they'll keep winning in court. So until that gets figured out, you can't really stop anything. The other one that I would implement, I was thinking like if I was a knuckle dragging moron, which I can
Good
be.
thing we're not dealing with that.
No, not at all. My favorite sport is, and by the way, Joe Mazzulla agreed with me on this.
That's right.
Who's also a psycho.
Let him fight.
He's
Let
awesome.
him fight. And by the way, anyone that thinks that this will turn into like full-fledged Donnybrook, there's less fighting in hockey than ever.
Yeah.
Not many people fight. It's not a real thing, but the one thing hockey's been my favorite sport for 30 years. You police yourself.
The game polices
And
itself.
if you want to be Draymond Green and you want to take cheap shots and you want to kick people in the nuts and you want to swing your arms and you want to try to hurt someone, you will be forced to answer.
Or you want to run your mouth over and over and
Yes.
over again. If someone gets in your face, you better be ready to back it up.
So, and in hockey, the stars don't fight. Connor McDavid isn't throwing down his gloves. Right. Sidney Crosby isn't throwing down his gloves. But if in hockey, if you are going to go out and you're going to take someone out or you're going to run your mouth, and you're going to do that, you will be forced to answer for your actions. And I would love it if in all, especially in the NBA, I'm looking right at you. For every one of those dudes that runs their mouth, cool. Answer for your actions. And by the way, in hockey, no one really gets hurt. You throw a couple punches, people get tired, it gets separated. You go to the box for 5 minutes. There you go in the NBA. You want to get in a fight in the NBA? Cool. You're sitting down for 4 minutes or whatever that is. And you just, you go to the bench and you're not allowed to come in for 4 to 5 minutes. And away you go. Do it in football, whatever. You
Love
sit
it.
out for however many plays. And I just love the fact that hockey polices itself and it doesn't turn into a fight. The majority of games you watch, there isn't even a single fight. But there is the element of you are going to be held accountable for your actions, which is why
it's the
love
ultimate
that
F
sport.
around and find out sport. Like,
Yes.
if you do, you will. And there now, one step further, this being suggested on the text line, I've actually heard an interview with Adam Silver where this question was posed by a Big Cat of Barstool, but he says that he thinks that every athlete should get one shot on a fan a year. That if it's the fan approaching them, you come on the court, you come onto the field, you come onto my domain, you get in my face, I get one. I get one time a season, and it would clean up a lot of the fan behavior.
That would be amazing.
And Adam Silver said, absolutely not. We cannot do that.
You can have that, but that would be fun.
Someone
and the day
else-
after the Super Bowl being a national holiday.
And you know what? Spoiler alert, I don't think we're that far away from that happening because if we add one more week to the schedule, which not saying we need to or that we should, but it seems like the league is moving that direction, you bump the entire NFL schedule one more week, you're right into President's Day
There you
weekend.
Isn't the 2027 year already scheduled for the Super Bowl to
On
be
President's Day weekend? It may be. I don't know.
I think it's either 27 or 28. The other rule that would be nice would be a max ticket price so that average fans could get in. Like, if you look at some of the Madison Square Garden ticket costs to get in to watch the Knicks and Celtics, that'd be really cool for the average fan to get to.
Have
It's
like a price control kind of a
right,
thing,
it's
situation.
like $900
that.
right now. Or maybe you could do some sort of scale, like insert how
Kind of
much
anti-capitalist, but I like it.
insert how much you make so that average fans can be. Maybe it's an average fan section instead of a club section. It would be nice to get more of your average fan at these big games or big events.
I like that.
And people are trying. I mean, there are cheap seats to most games, just not playoff games. But
Right.
most teams in any sport at a regular season game, it's not going to be a good seat, but you can get in for cheap. It's just come playoff time. Yeah, that's not. There is, the get in price is the get in price, and it sucks. They're trying to do something about the secondary. I saw an article recently about someone trying to crack down on. It was a team or a league that was trying to crack down on exorbitant resale seats. I forget. Who
Well,
it
I
was.
did see that the Seahawks put something out to their season ticket holders that essentially warned them against resale to
Maybe that's what it is.
non-local buyers or something.
No,
there
this-
was
there was something where someone was saying they were trying to combat excessive resale because
Okay.
the face value on the tickets is the ticket.
sure,
But when it comes to playoff time, you ain't paying face value.
right.
You're it's supply and demand. You want to get into Game 7 of a an NBA Finals. You're that seat may be $112. You ain't paying $112.
Well, we need to get to more pressing issues. We are turning the page on Moshu the Red Panda. We are also turning the page now on Tula the Baby Elephant because there's a new cute baby or babies in the state of Oregon. That's coming up in the news. But first, Orton Sports Center.
This is a PGA Championship Week edition of Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, you got one NHL playoff game in action right now. Capitals just tied it up against the Hurricanes. That game is 1-1. They are in the first period there. Capitals need to make sure that they hold on to the win here to force a Game 6. Right now, the Hurricanes lead that series 3-1. Later on tonight in Winnipeg, you've got the Stars taking on the Jets. Dallas is up 3-1 in that series as well. Winnipeg is favored on the money line at -130. That one's going to get underway right around 6:30. Over in the NBA, you've got one playoff game tonight. Thunder taking on the Nuggets in Denver. Game 6 of that series. OKC leads it 3-2. Jamal Murray is a game-time decision for Denver. He's dealing with an illness. OKC is favored by 5.5. Tip-off at 5:30. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
It's back, the 11th annual Fan Golf Classic.
Welcome back. No more time for sports. It is Thursday, May 15th, and it is time for In the News. Now, I am promising you that I am not doing bits today. I have never seen so many national days on our calendar, or international days, as far as...
then you approach one of those, and there's like 9 things.
Like, yesterday we had Biscuit Day, and that was pretty much it.
Hey, I had a biscuit last night, by the way.
Last night?
I did.
Okay.
I got caught up in National Biscuit Day.
So did you do like a little country-style dinner? What was going on there?
I went and got Popeyes.
Okay, there you
go. The Popeyes over by me, the worst. You will never get what you order. It will. Oh, and yet it's always cold.
Was that the one where you just took your stuff, or you got?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's and I go there like once every like 8 months. I forget. And I'm like, get some chicken. And
Popeye sounds good, and then you remind yourself.
And then you go there. No offense to that one on 192nd. Whoever owns that place or runs it, that is the worst fast food place of all time.
Needs a little help, huh?
It is. It's a rough go. It is just. It's.
I'm trying to think of the worst fast food place.
Every time you get it, you're like, my God, is it that hard? And it's every single time.
They can't all be winners, Jace.
No.
It is Asphalt Day. Don't possibly know why we would need that.
I don't know. Go asphalt. I mean, look, asphalt is important, right? Roads and
yeah.
Go asphalt.
Break the Glass Ceiling Day.
Okay. I'm a middle-aged white guy. I think
probably not for you.
I think our glass ceiling was shattered like 3,000 years ago.
It is Bring Flowers to Someone Day.
Oh, well, that's good. You should. Flowers are a big deal.
Flowers are a big deal.
It's the cheapest thing you can do to give to someone that will instantly make their day better.
So I need a new move because I used to bring my wife flowers pretty frequently as a little like surprise, thinking of you, like just wanted to do something nice. My mom runs a flower farm. Oh, she grows like award-winning dahlias and sells bouquets, and we're living with her for 3 months. So I can't just like go get a little, even if it's from the florist down the street. And if I get the flowers from my mom, it's like I didn't really go out of my way to do it. I need a new move.
All you need to do, piece of paper, fold it in half, handmade card.
Okay.
If you want to go a little fancy, take a picture of the two of you, print it out on front of a piece of paper, fold it, write 4 lines telling your lady how much you love her and appreciate her.
Okay.
Hand that over to her, and that night you are in like a dirty shirt.
Seems like a good move.
It is a foolproof plan. No matter how many times you do it, it works every single time. And if she leaves the house before you, tape it to the front door at night so when she's leaving the house, she sees it. It works. Doing it for 20 plus years works every single time.
The other sneaky good one is on the mirror. Like if you get up before she does,
sure,
you write the nice little like I love you note on the mirror or on a Post-it note. That one always kills.
There you go. Well, now I've got a couple more bullets in my arsenal. That's excellent. I will be adopting those
and
as...
I love balloons, too.
Yeah, you know what? I have already taken that from you. Mother's Day, birthday, anniversary. It's now Balloon Day because of... We still got a giant Mother's Day cupcake balloon thing, Mylar, sitting in our downstairs right now.
The more outrageous the balloon that has nothing to do with the holiday.
And the kids love it.
Just find the most ridiculously large balloon you can have, and it works. My daughter just turned 20, got a giant shark balloon.
Nice.
Giant purple shark balloon, almost as big as she is. Had nothing to do with the birthday, was the highlight of the party.
Let me run through these real quick. Again, not doing bits. It is Customer Experience Day. It is Global Accessibility Awareness Day.
Sure.
It is Hyperemesis Gravidarum Awareness Day.
What is that?
I looked it up, and what it is it's a symptom that is experienced by pregnant women that is akin to morning sickness, but not morning sickness. And so if you have this, they want you to be aware that it's not just morning sickness, it could be something else.
We're now all aware.
Yeah, so now we're aware.
See, I hope to not be that aware anytime soon.
Sure.
And Global Accessibility Day, having just come from Italy, you don't want to be in Italy when you're physically challenged.
Definitely not. Especially Venice, the cobblestone streets.
We saw some people over there with wheelchairs, and I felt bad for them because you know who doesn't give a rip about the handicap? The good people of Italy, because nothing is accessible to you. And I mean nothing.
It's International Casinos Day. It's International Conscientious Objectors Day. It's International Family Day. It's International Kangaroo Care Awareness Day. It's National Aperitif Day. It's National Notebook Day. It's National Nylon Stocking Day. It's National Senior Fraud Awareness Day. It is Straw Hat Day. And it is Vascular Birthmark Awareness Day.
What's a vascular birthmark?
I think it's one of those
like a port
vascular's like blood related, so I think it's one of those
Yeah.
ones that kind of looks like a little bit like a raspberry, or it's like a
I think
pinkish.
They're called port wine.
Yeah.
Oh, so you need the Gorbachev?
So, but more technically, vascular birthmark awareness.
Well, I think we've all gone on an emotional journey over these last 3 or 4 minutes, and I think we've learned a lot today, and we've become aware of a lot of things.
Well, you know what gets people emotional? Baby animals. And they are now down in Winston, Oregon, where on the wildlife safari, not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4.
You ever see a cheetah stretch?
Baby cheetahs on the wildlife safari.
That's adorable.
The mother Bam Bam just had a litter of 4 cubs. Story says that Bam Bam isn't just any cheetah. She's one of the most genetically valuable cheetahs in North America, playing a crucial role in the species survival plan through the Association of Zoos and Aquariums. That means her cubs aren't just cute, but also contribute to the broader effect of cheetah conservation.
Any baby is adorable, and I can imagine that a baby cheetah is just cute as S. I mean,
They are. They look like cuddly little spotted kittens.
I can only imagine. And kittens in general are adorable.
Mama Bam is doing great. So are the 4 cubs. She is spending her days nursing, grooming, and occasionally stepping outside to enjoy the sunshine.
See, that thing is. Those are so cute. Look at that thing.
Yeah.
Now, I've long said that the cheetah to me is it's the weakest of the big cats.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like a cheetah. But that baby cheetah, oh my goodness, so stinking cute.
Wildlife Safari says that this birth is more than just a milestone. It's a leap forward for cheetah conservation. This is like we landed on the cheetah moon.
Hey, go cheetahs, man. Get her done.
I've not been down to Wildlife Safari, but it sounds cool.
I haven't either. You know me and zoos. It's a love-hate struggle.
And I
with it.
generally feel like if the existence of it is to help protect animals that otherwise wouldn't make it,
Yeah.
I'm cool with it. And I think that's what happened here
I hope so.
with Mama Bam Bam, and now she's giving birth to little youngins. So
It's just so stinking cute. My heart's melting over here at the little cheetah cub.
coming up next in the news, are Portland businesses entering the transfer portal? I'll explain a new study out of the U of O next on The Fan.
This is The Fan's
history of Will Ortner, the asbestos scraper from back in the day.
Makes a lot of sense now.
I've still got the card if you'd like to see it.
Those out there licking lead paint.
They gave you a business card?
Asbestos.
No,
seeds.
you have to have a
Oh,
card.
like a certified card. Okay.
Well, I was a part of the union, just out here trying to save the world one asbestos removal at a time.
Hey, killed Steve McQueen. Where were you?
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Well, I was probably not born yet because he's old.
Yeah, he worked in the shipyards.
Yeah.
Yeah, asbestos got him.
Yep.
That and probably a lifetime of smoking, but still.
That'll do it, too.
Yeah.
This is in the news for Thursday, May 15th. I saw a really interesting story here. At least I thought it was interesting. And this is about relocation of Oregon businesses. Other states are trying to lure Oregon businesses away, and a recent study from the U of O says it's working. Factors like high taxes and burdensome regulatory systems have made Oregon companies more receptive to advances of out-of-state recruiters, the survey found. So there were about 400 businesses that responded to the survey. Nearly a quarter of them said that they were approached by out-of-state businesses, and 2/3 of those said that they either did expand to other states or just packed up and moved entirely. So pretty decent number of those who got contacted said, yeah, that's for me.
Well, you would think eventually that someone down there at City Hall needs to take a look at this, and I get it's bigger than one person, but when you're not known as business friendly, in fact, the exact opposite, like you're known as being anti-business, don't be surprised when business goes elsewhere.
Angela Wilhelms is the CEO of Oregon Business and Industry, and she said as much. She said Oregon's business climate right now is frustrating. It's stagnating and it's sobering, and I really hope that we can read reports like this and glean some takeaways to help reverse that course. There's no reason why Oregon shouldn't be growing, healthy, prosperous, and a competitive place for businesses and for workers, and we need to take it seriously when we get in reports like this.
Amen to that. Look, there's a middle ground to everything.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, you don't need to bend over backwards and give everyone every tax break known to man and, and have no environmental protections and whatnot. But if you've ever known anyone that's done business in Oregon, some of the stuff that they are forced to deal with is just, it's ludicrous. So
Yeah.
I'm glad at least that someone's saying it. Hey, we need to be better.
And now we've got the numbers to say, hey, yeah, this is happening, and it's the businesses themselves are telling us it's happening, and we've got to be able to do something about it. So glad that has come to light. Additionally, we're getting a new chain restaurant up in these parts. I don't know if you've heard about this.
Oh yeah, we're getting some chicken.
Oh, are we?
Yeah.
What chicken are we getting?
The is it the Jollibee
Oh, Jollibee.
or Jollibee?
Yeah.
The Korean chicken place.
I didn't know we were getting that.
Yeah,
Okay.
giddy up.
That's is it? I thought it was Filipino. Is it Korean?
I thought it was Korean. Either way, it's a fried chicken place. It's an ethnic fried chicken place, and let me tell you, it's dynamite. If you ever had it, whenever we go up to like Vancouver, BC, we have it.
I've had it once. I think in San Francisco.
It's so good.
No, the one that I'm talking about is try to follow me here, a California-founded southern chain restaurant that serves breakfast and lunch. They're called Huckleberries.
Oh,
Huckleberries specializes in stuffed French toast, Mardi Gras beignets, fried sandwiches. Basically, it's like New Orleans-style cuisine. There's a bunch of locations all over the West Coast, but
Sounds delightful.
you're getting 3 locations up here in Portland.
oh, when are they? When is this coming?
Let's see.
I do enjoy a good beignet.
They have
You had me. at New
35
Orleans.
restaurants right now. They're trying to have 50 by 2026, so at least within the next year and a half. Let's see. I don't see a timeline for it in the story, but did see 3 locations in the greater Portland area.
Well, if you've ever been down to New Orleans, they do food right, and
Mm-hmm.
that's fantastic. So I couldn't be any. And by the way, the Jollibee, it is a Filipino
Okay.
chicken restaurant, and it is coming. It will be opening soon, and when it does, I'm telling you, go there because it's delightful.
That is all the time we have for In the News. Coming up next hour, got to get to some more baseball bonbons, and also the most terrifying mascot that has ever shown its face in the city of Portland. But this has been In the News, brought to you by The Advocates. If you've been hurt, you don't need a lawyer, you need an advocate. Visit them at advocateslaw.com. More Primetime coming up next, Hour 3, an SOB edition, 1080 The Fan.
From the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Sports Center is brought to you by Crunch Fitness. Memberships as low as $9.99 per month. Find your Crunch time in Portland, Vancouver, and online at crunch.com. First on The Fan, one NHL playoff game in action right now. It's the end of the first period. Getting ready for the second period over in the nation's capital right now. The Hurricanes and Capitals are tied at 1 apiece. Jordan Stahl was able to get the goal for the Hurricanes. Capitals need to win this game if they want to keep this series going. Carolina is up 3-1 currently in that series. At 6:30, the second game of the NHL doubleheader playoff action gets underway. You got the Stars looking to finish off the Jets in Winnipeg. Luckily for Winnipeg, they are favored on the money line at -130. Stars want to be able to get this win wrapped up and take on Edmonton, who clinched last night the first spot in the Western Conference Finals. One NBA playoff game, you've got the Thunder trying to join the Timberwolves in the Western Conference Finals. They could do that with a road win tonight against the Nuggets in Denver. OKC leads this series 3-2. Jamal Murray, he's going to be a game-time decision for the Nuggets. He's dealing with an illness. OKC favored by 5.5. Tip-off at 5:30. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The inside story on the Blazers.
A Robless edition as he is making the pilgrimage back to Portland from Salina, Kansas with the parental unit. But we soldier on. We've got lots of sports stuff to get to still.
We got to talk about buying Bill Walton's bongo drums.
That's right. I saw this from Blazers reporter, Blazers Mr. Everything, Casey Holdall, earlier today.
He really is a jack of all things Blazers.
Yeah, I mean, I think from writing to reporting to podcasting, he pretty much just runs the gamut.
Yeah.
But I saw a link from him. He had retweeted someone else that noted that Hunt Auctions has Bill Walton's entire lot up for bid right now. And I haven't gotten to the end of it yet, so I don't know. I guess if I go to the last page here, I can probably find out how many total items. But we're talking of about hundreds of items from Bill Walton's career, all sorts of memorabilia, everything from his World Championship ring with the Blazers, which is fetching about $25,000 right now.
That's going to go a lot higher than that.
The interesting thing, I haven't been on a lot of these sites before. I don't know if it's common, but a lot of them say what the estimated winning bid will end up being.
Yeah, they'll give you an ID.
And so they think that the ring's going to go for $50 to $100K. Right now, the bid is about $25K.
Yeah, because you can get the Celtics ring too, because he won one with the Blazers and one with the Celtics.
Right. It looks like there are 553 total items in this estate or in this auction. And the last one being his personal vintage track bicycle with Grateful Dead decoration and riding shirt. Bid's only $132 right now.
Yeah, something tells me that's going to go for more than $100. When does this close?
That's a good question. Let's see here. I'm trying to see.
Now I just pulled it up too. June 2nd. Or excuse me, June 12th. So
it says live auction is open for online pre-bidding until Wednesday, June 11th.
And then it closes June 12th.
Yeah.
So June 12th.
So there's some time here.
Dude, this stuff's going to go for so much
And
money.
honestly, some of it's weird. Like, I don't know why you would want it, but some of it's really cool. Like some of it, there are handwritten letters to and from other superstars, either about their careers, things going on in the league, congratulations or thank yous. You got Letterman jackets. You've got bongo drums.
Having Bill's high school Letterman jacket with the state champs from 1969.
That's cool.
That's pretty slick.
You could get his old driver's license. You can get his 1970 passport if you want to see all the places that he traveled. There are 4 different Grateful Dead Father Time costumes where he dressed as various iterations of Grateful Dead wizards that you can buy.
Yeah, he's got all of his NCAA. I mean, everything's on here. He's got his 2 NBA championship rings, all of the UCLA championship rings, the NCAA Player of the Year. Like, this stuff's all like. I know it's weird, but I would want something that I could like use. Like,
Yeah.
they've got his UCLA equipment bag.
Yeah.
Dude,
The old mesh like drawstring guy?
No. This is like a travel bag.
Oh,
Like
because I also saw like a laundry bag, which would be kind of funny to have.
dude, this thing is like old school blue leather with UCLA. It still has the UCLA team tag with his number embroidered on it from the 1970s. That thing is phenomenal, and they're saying the estimated range on that is between $100 and $300. I'll tell you right now that if that thing goes for $300, I'm putting another leather bag, and I would. Like, that would be one I would use.
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't want something to just sit at my... I would want something that like, I don't know. I'm not a big guy, like, autograph something.
Right.
But having Bill Walton's travel bag and, like, hey, what's up with that bag? Oh, it's Bill Walton's travel bag.
It's. I mean, I'm seeing a couple other items, too, like... There's this Lot 91 is this Bill Walton Trailblazers 1977 championship bomber jacket, and it's I don't know if he wore it to the parade or what, but it's a black Blazers jacket with red trim like traditional bomber style, and it's got 77 on there, and it's unique to them winning that event. If you just had that jacket and wore that around, that would be rad. Right next to it, you've got his 50 greatest NBA players of all time jacket when they were all honored out at half court at the 50-year anniversary of the league. So stuff like that's like usable, wearable. It's cool.
I wonder, like, because I'm looking here at his Letterman jacket. It's a size 46, like extra long. Like, remember, everything is designed to fit someone that's 7 feet tall, but
That's
also really lean.
Yeah.
Like, it's a very specific. And I'm assuming most people that are buying this aren't gonna wear it. But if I bought Bill Walton's Letterman jacket, I would wear the hell out of that jacket. Yeah, some of the stuff on here is really cool.
So if you're in front of a computer, check out over at Hunt Auctions and poke around. Let us know what you would take from the Bill Walton collection. Suk and I are going to keep perusing this
The
because
bike would be awesome for someone that rides a bike.
Yeah,
that would be really cool.
Yeah, and now I'm getting into all the San Diego Clippers stuff that he had.
Yeah.
Some of that stuff is rad because it doesn't exist. The team doesn't exist anymore.
There's a polo shirt with Wallace Park, and that's what he wore during the championship parade.
Oh yeah.
That's some of this stuff is, and Bill was such a cool dude.
It's like it'd be a cool tribute to kind of just keep to have in your rotation. I like it.
And also the nicest human being that I ever encountered in my entire life. The world would be a better place if more people, myself included, were like Bill Walton. The world is a worse place with Bill gone.
Yeah, when he passed, I watched the 3-part series that ESPN made about him, and then they, re-pumped up after his passing. I didn't quite understand just how much of an impact he had on the Portland community, basketball and otherwise, that he was just kind of this connector, this galvanizer, and really special dude. Obviously loved life, loved the game of basketball, and now there's a bunch of his stuff, 553 items exactly, out there that you can have some of it not for a very steep
I'm
price.
dead serious. I'm keeping an eye on the so far I want the the bongo drums. I mean, that's phenomenal.
Absolutely.
A lot of the Walton or bongo drums. But I'm keeping an eye. I want the you know me. I like a good leather bag. Keeping an eye on that UCLA travel bag.
Well, from one pro sports franchise in Portland in the Blazers to the newest franchise, the Portland Bangers.
Yes.
Now, we heard about the Portland Bangers announcement, just of the existence of the team, the creation of the team. What was it? Maybe 3 months ago?
It wasn't that long ago.
It was really, So for those of you who aren't familiar, this is a USL League 2 soccer team.
Yeah,
and
it's the Portland Pickles of
soccer, kind of.
It's owned by the Pickles.
Yes. So that's the vibe we're getting here. They unveiled their mascot, whose name is Saucy T Sausage. Gotta love that.
And it's horrifying.
It looks like a combination. I mean, I suppose it looks like a sausage. It also looks like...
It looks like a big angry penis.
It looks like a penis or a toe or both.
And then it looks like an angry penis with things sticking out the top of it. It's
Yeah, with little penises hanging off of it.
and it's very angry. Like
Yeah.
and the look on it, it's scowling at you. And in the Pickles again, who own the Bangers, they did a video, like a release where
Yeah.
the what's the pickle mascot?
Dylan.
Dylan T. Pickle.
So Dylan in a lab creates the mascot for the Bangers.
Yeah, that's right. He pulls him out of a brine
He
or
pulls him
something
out
like
of a
that.
brine and he creates, what is it, Saucy Tea Sausage?
Saucy tea sausage.
And Dylan gets knocked over and he ends up staring up at the sausage. And I'll tell you right now, if you see that video, and I retweeted it, or you can go to Portland Bangers FC or the Portland Pickles have it.
Yeah.
If you see that video, looking up at that naked sausage,
There's some nightmare fuel there.
it's the most terrifying thing that's happened to me in years. You imagine waking up and that is standing over the top of you? One, I would assume that an assault of some sort is about to occur, and it's not going to end well.
No. I mean, listen, the logo is funny
It's
enough. The logo's great, but I'm now watching the video of the mascot Saucy Tea Sausage
Birth?
introducing himself to the team.
Yeah. But
Yesterday,
at least he's wearing pants.
yeah, he's wearing a kit in
Yes.
this one, but he kind of swings his sausage links around like
Yeah.
they're dreadlocks.
Yeah.
And the team reaction is interesting to me because I think they're being told you need to act excited for this, but it's hard to be not a little bit terrified by what you're seeing.
I would like to say, one, the Portland Pickles are great. The Portland Bangers are also going to be great.
I think they are going to be great. It's just a little disturbing.
It says T-minus 2 hours until we're banging on the pitch, by the way.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
And oh, by the way, whatever they're doing, it's working because I have read that they have sold out all of their home games for the season.
Have they really?
Yeah.
And the Zenner sausage, which is a nice sausage, they are the official sausage of the Portland Bangers. I can't get a ticket to the Bangers?
I bet we can get. Well, I bet we can.
Yeah.
Let me look further into this. We're coming up on a break here, but I did have this information in front of me before. It's since been lost, but I'm pretty sure I saw that their home tickets are sold out.
Well, I'll tell you right now, because we have a good relationship with the Pickers.
Excuse me, they're sold out for the season opener.
Okay. I was gonna say I think we have a pretty good relationship with the Portland Pickles. I'm gonna need a Portland Bangers kit. I
need a closer look at the
the soccer jersey, like the
the
like
shirt.
the polo shirt.
Mhm.
I'm gonna need a Banger shirt because that thing that's phenomenal. Your mascot is terrifying, and it should strike fear in every other team that you play. But again, much like the Pickles, you hit it out of the park.
Oh man, yeah, they're like official league St. John's blush kit just says bangers,
Bangers.
on a
Dude, it's
on a
phenomenal.
pink polo. It's great.
Yeah, they've done a nice job.
And that's actually a color that's right in your wheelhouse. You'll rock that pink from time to time. I can see this fitting well in your wardrobe.
Yeah, this is gonna work. Let's go full bang on this one.
So if we had Dylan fight the sausage,
The sausage is winning.
is it because he's scarier looking,
it's
or
not
is it
even
because he
close.
has
No.
more weapons to
He's
his
full of
advantage?
protein.
It's both. Yeah, he's all protein. He's no carbs. He's got the weird the sausage links that he's swinging around. I'm telling you, look at him. He's an angry sausage. No offense to Dylan Pickle, but you don't stand a chance against Saucy Tea Sausage.
I think I need a
I
bangers
don't think I
t-shirt.
stand a chance. I would not fight Saucy Tea Sausage.
Now Dylan has tried to get aggressive with me from time to time.
On more than one occasion?
It's
What
happened
you
a couple
stepping
times.
to Dylan? What's going on?
No, Dylan, it's Dylan's fault. He started it. He wanted to lift me up, and then he couldn't do it, and now it's led into multiple skirmishes, if you
That
will.
feels like a bad mascot game. Try to lift up the fan.
Well, I don't know why he chose me. I mean,
I don't either.
It could have worked out well. He did attack me at the Fan Golf Classic, so I'm always on edge, ready for him.
Well,
But
you probably should be when it pickles around. I'm just telling you right now, you can dust it up with Dylan. I don't think you want anything to do with Saucy. I'm telling you, look up that
should I
video.
befriend Saucy?
It's the only. I don't know if you can befriend
Probably.
Saucy. Saucy may be a lone wolf sort of thing, but
Also,
Like
their
Zach Galifianakis.
their tweet said you can't spell you can't spell team without MEAT, which is of course true.
well, either way, I need to get my hands on one of these bangers kits.
And I like the bangers T-shirt that has the sausage kicking a soccer ball behind the word bangers.
They did a nice job.
That's a good one there.
Yeah, you. The key to launching minor league anything is you got to have cool merch, and the Pickles do a nice job. And now the Bangers.
Well, from bangers to bonbons, the MLB bonbons are next, and let me tell you, the meme of the season has already dropped. We'll tell you more about it coming up next. Primetime, 1080 The Fan.
It's back.
Welcome back to Primetime. It's time for some baseball bonbons. Bunch of little things to get to, a couple little tidbits, including the new meme that just dropped. And this is something, we're only, a month and a half into this MLB season? Maybe, is that about right, 6 weeks? So we started of April, I guess, if you include, like, the Tokyo series back there.
Yeah, I mean, we're, almost a quarter of our way through it.
Season's still young-ish, but today we got an image that perfectly represents how some fans feel when your team blows it. It was a game between the Red Sox and the Tigers, and Alex Bregman hits a home run to make it 2-1 in favor of the Red Sox. The game is being played in Detroit, and Bregman's rounding the bases, and then you usually get like a angry fan cutaway, or someone throws the ball back, or it's like somebody shaking their head. Not this Detroiter. No, he's sitting in the back row of the bleachers burning a doobie. He's got his legs crossed, joint up in the air, and he's kind of just smoking it and shaking his head.
That will be the meme of the year.
That's the home run reaction shot
Yes,
now.
That one shall live on in infamy. I don't know if that guy has any idea yet that he's going viral.
I would imagine by now he does. I also wonder, it appears that he's there by himself. Does he have like parents or a significant other who have now seen this and know about this? Like, this is what you're doing? You're going to day games smoking Jays?
Look, first off, you're at a day game. You're in Detroit. I'm assuming weed's legal in Michigan. What is illegal in Michigan? What's wrong with rolling one from the greenvine in the back of the bleachers?
Yeah, I don't think they allow that in stadiums. Not that I wouldn't be for it. Fine by me. But yeah, just the image of the man sitting alone post home run, just getting through it with a doobie. I love it.
The idea of what they allow and don't allow, it's more of a sort of thing.
Yeah.
When I lived in Tampa and I would go to games in at Tropicana Field, you'd have an entire section to yourself. I'm pretty sure that you could have smoked meth in the outfield of those games, and everyone would be like, whatever. He paid his $9 to get in. Sad part is Detroit's good, and no one was at that game.
Little choose your own adventure for you. You want to talk about the baseball's biggest MASH unit, the highest paid pitcher of the year, a politically motivated pitcher, or the Dominican missile crisis?
Ooh. I'm intrigued. I kind of want to hear about, let's start with the highest paid pitcher.
Yeah, so I saw this yesterday, but Max Scherzer.
Mm-hmm.
Now, obviously, the highest paid player in baseball is now Juan Soto, right? On just an annual basis.
Did he get more than than Ohtani?
I mean, because of the Ohtani deferment, I guess just what he's making.
Ohtani's the highest paid player in the league.
You're right. It is Ohtani. However, care to guess how much money Max Scherzer is making this season?
Well, I know the Mets were paying him a stupid amount, and they gave him
the Mets.
They gave him a dumb amount to go, and now Texas gave him a bunch of money. I'm guessing he's making 40 something
more
in some change.
More.
What is Max Scherzer? What is he?
$73.8 million this season.
How is Max Scherzer making $70+ million?
He's getting $15 million from the Nationals.
Oh.
He's getting $30.8 million from the Mets.
Yeah.
He's getting $12.5 million from the Rangers, and his current team $15.5 from the Blue Jays.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
You want to talk about?
Yeah.
You want to talk about just living the high life, man? And how old is Max Scherzer?
I want to say he's like, I don't know, 37 or something like that. We'll look it up here, but I forgot that he has no record. He's 0 for 0. Yeah, has he not played yet this year?
No, his ERA is 6.
Oh.
So my guess is he's played like one game.
He's
He has
gotten
one
knocked around.
strikeout.
Oh, he's 40 now.
And it says Scherzer suffers injury setback. So that was 2 days ago. Blue Jays receive unfortunate Max Scherzer news. So he's getting $78 million to not play?
For 4 different teams.
Oh, my goodness.
I didn't realize the Nats were still paying him. That was the surprising part to me. I mean, I knew about the Mets and then the Rangers, but I hadn't put together those figures. But then you include the $15 million from the Nats, too. It's like,
good Lord,
$73 million, and we're not really even pitching this year.
I had no idea. Yeah, he's been on the injured list due to right thumb inflammation.
Interesting.
And he made his season debut March 29th. Gave up, obviously he's got an ERA of 6, and he's been working his way back, but apparently he's got back tightness. So
yeah,
he's I still trying to process the fact that he's going to make $78 million.
Yeah.
So he is the highest paid player in baseball because Ohtani's $70 million a year.
Right. So technically, with what he is bringing in this season from 4 different teams that still owe him money, Max Scherzer, your highest paid.
So Ohtani's at 70, Soto 51, Wheeler 52, or 42, Judge 40, and Bregman's at 40, and that donkey is at 78.
Yep. Excuse me, 73.8.
Oh,
So
sorry.
you know.
Sorry. Let's be fair. And he's got those Canadian taxes he's gonna have to pay. I was gonna take a bite out of that. Good Lord, Max Scherzer. How to do it, buddy?
Well, now do you want the MASH unit, the politically motivated pitcher, or the Dominican Missile Crisis?
Yeah, give me the Dominican Missile Crisis.
It's been a little minute since we've heard from Rafael Furcal.
Oh yeah.
Who's been the former Braves, Cardinals. Who else did he play for? Is that it for him? I know at least those 2 teams.
I just remember with the Braves.
But
the Royals
former,
as well.
Oh, okay.
Dodgers. I guess he's been around.
Was a journeyman towards the end, I suppose.
Yeah.
But he's been arrested in Florida after he turned himself in, and he's been charged with 2 felonies, including throwing a deadly missile into an occupied vehicle.
Is there such a thing as a non-deadly missile? Because I also read this, and that was my first
Kind of
question.
benign missile?
Yeah, what is like a friendly missile? I assumed that that's like saying that you fired a deadly bullet.
Aren't most of them? Yeah.
I would assume this is like a non-lethal.
Rubber bullet?
So are there non-lethal missiles? And if so, what is that? Is that like a Nerf missile?
So it says that their information and details about the incident were not widely immediately available, but Furcal, speaking from his home, told a reporter, Tenchi Rodriguez, that the object he used was a rock, but then he had been attacked with a knife. Now, I don't hear the word missile in there, so I don't exactly know what happened.
Is a rock a missile?
Maybe maybe anything that's a projectile weapon is considered a missile because it's quote unquote launched.
Huh.
Maybe it doesn't have to explode to be a missile, but information I'm sure forthcoming. But yeah, Dominican Republic's very own Rafael Furcal, Dominican Missile Crisis.
I will say that if you are going to get charged with a crime, is there a cooler crime than launching a missile at someone?
It's some sort of blaze of glory.
I mean, if you're gonna go out swinging. I don't know where you get a missile, but when I think of that, I think of you firing like a rocket,
like a grenade launcher.
Like a grenade launcher.
Yeah, that was my first thought. I'm like, does he have something like that down there?
I've seen too many like movie like Red Dawn. Like if you were a child of the 80s, the RPG was the end all to be all. And the movies also made you believe that a RPG can take down any vehicle. And so when I found out that they're kind of lame and they don't really do much, it was disappointing. Like Rambo's taken out like every aircraft and tank known to man.
And then you find out that wouldn't really happen.
No, it's just like throwing a hand grenade at someone. You're like, oh, that's kind of lame. And it just kind of goes poof. But it's still kind of cool, the idea that someone gets into some sort of argument. You're like, hold on. Let me go get my rocket-fired grenade.
I am starting to think that the name of the crime here sounds a whole lot cooler than the actual crime was. I think he might have just thrown a rock at someone's car.
Yeah.
Which is kind of that's not good either, but it's kind of a bummer compared to a missile.
Probably need to update our criminal code to like missile, rock. Those are two entirely.
Those are different things.
Entirely different things. Yes.
All right, couple more baseball bonbons coming up for you, and then we'll finally get to poke the bear. I got some basketball stuff that I want to get to with Souk, and an elite troll job, draft prospect catching some strays that was not expected. We'll get to all that coming up. Primetime, 1080 The Fan.
This is a PGA Championship Week edition of Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, one NHL game currently in action. You've got the Hurricanes and Capitals tied in Washington, D.C. That game's 1-1. You got about halfway left to go in the second period. Capitals need to win this game if they want to keep this series alive. Right now, the Hurricanes are up 3-1. Another game 5 in the NHL is going to get underway after this one is over. You got the Stars looking to finish off the Jets in Winnipeg. Right now, Stars are up 3-1 in that series. Winnipeg is favored to keep the series alive on the money line. They're at minus 130. Over in the NBA, the Thunder are looking to join the T-Wolves in the Western Conference Finals. To do that, they're going to need a road win against the Nuggets. OKC leads that series 3-2. Jamal Murray is a game-time decision for Denver. He's dealing with an illness. OKC is favored by 5.5. Tip-off for that game is going to get underway any moment now. No Seattle Mariners action today. They get the day off after a much-needed back-to-back series losses to two different AL East teams. They need to get back into the series win column. They take on the Padres tomorrow in San Diego. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
It's back, the 11th
Welcome back to Primetime. Half your sports bros here. Rob's still out. He'll be back, I don't know, sometime next week. We'll figure it out.
Thursday, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Got to pack up the olds and hop in the old U-Haul. And
That last pilgrimage to the Mecca of Salina.
Yeah, 30-hour drive in a U-Haul.
I do have just a couple more baseball bonbons before we move on. We were talking a little bit about some of the surprise teams in baseball a couple days ago. Detroit Tigers among them.
Yeah.
The team that's only half a game back of the Detroit Tigers, not surprising, it's the Los Angeles Dodgers. Feels like they play with a stacked deck, and that's totally fair.
Like half their pitching staff is hurt, and they don't really care. They're like,
so that's what I was going to get to. Listen, I know they're kind of like the big bad evil empire now, at least of the National League. You know, they've got the money. They seem like they're a juggernaut. They can buy whoever they want. But to still compile the record they have with just these pitchers hurt is remarkable. I saw the list come out yesterday. Tyler Glasnow, Brusdar Graterol, Michael Grove, Edgardo Enriquez, Kyle Hurt, Clayton Kershaw, who just came back, Michael Kopech, Shohei Ohtani, who's just obviously not pitching right now, Evan Phillips, River Ryan, Roki Sasaki, Emmett Sheehan, Blake Snell, Gavin Stone, Blake Trainen.
Yeah.
It's like 16 pitchers.
And it doesn't matter.
And they're rolling still.
They're 28-15 with a plus 54 run differential. And like the Roki Sasaki, they just sat down and they were like, they say he's got some sort of impingement and it may be affecting his velocity. And they're like, whatever, just sit down and
take some time.
Yeah, take some time.
We're good.
Yeah, I think Kershaw's scheduled, like, I think his first start's going to be in a day or two.
Yeah, I think that's right.
I mean,
I don't know how much he actually has left.
I don't know, but if he's available in the postseason, I mean, that's the beauty part if you're the Dodgers now. I mean, everything you're geared towards is just get to the postseason.
Yeah, and the NL West is pretty good this year, but they're still not going to have any trouble getting there.
No, I mean, but the Padres are right there, the Giants are right there, the Diamondbacks don't stink. I mean, it's a really tough division, but all you have to do is just get into the postseason and you're fine.
Did you know that the first thing that pops up when you Google just Kershaw is Kershaw Knives, next level pocket knives? That's amazing SEO marketing by whoever works for that company. I mean, it should be Clayton Kershaw that pops up. That's well done.
I don't know, Kershaw knife. I have a Kershaw knife.
Do you? Yeah. I guess I'm not familiar with Kershaw knives.
They make it look little. Mine's a little like foldable, and I think they make all kind. But yeah, it's a high quality knife. And maybe that's what is that? Gerber, I think, are the two knife. When I think of knives.
My buddy works for runs Benchmade. They do knives as well. At least I think that's what they're called, Benchmade.
Knife Bro is interesting.
Yeah, there was a phase where my little brother wanted to be like specialty dagger bro, like Game of Thronesy. Some of them with like serpents around the handles, like getting into the kind of wizard fantasy realm, but with weapons. He was into that for a little while.
And I may be completely out in left field on this, but I believe Kershaw, or at least their parent company, I think they're in Oregon.
Are they?
I think so.
Let's find out.
It's either I think one of the big ones, either Kershaw or Gerber, I think is in
Tualatin.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Look at that.
I was gonna say, like
they offer free engraving.
Hey, I thought that was a local company. I knew they were American, and I knew one of those was local.
They're probably better in the playoffs than Clayton Kershaw is. There's my little Giants league for the
Knife
day.
Guy is just I don't know. I don't know who's weirder, like everyday gun guy or everyday knife guy, because I do feel like they're two, like they overlap. It's like a Venn diagram, but they're a different archetype. There's a great, at least gun guy can go and shoot his gun. I don't know what knife guy. There's a great clip of a guy walking into an armory and like he's like, "Hey, can I see that knife?" And like the guy hands him the knife, and then he proceeds to do he's like, oh, he's like making like these kung fu moves like Jason Bourne. He's like, "It's nice." It's like what? What do you mean it's nice?
Like he likes the way it's weighted or something?
I don't know. Knife guy is.
Anytime you
weird.
start waving those around, I just always think of that Indiana Jones scene where it was supposed to be the big sword fight and the dude in the cloaks spins it all around, and Harrison Ford was sick that day, and he's just got this look on his face like, I can't do this, and he pulls out the gun and shoots him instead of fighting him.
I mean, I guess if you got a knife and the other guy's got nothing, advantage you, but I'd always be afraid, like I pulled out a knife and then the guy just pulled out like a 9mm.
Exactly.
Like, yeah. By the way, text program, Kershaw, Gerber, and Benchmade, all Oregon companies?
Yeah.
So are we home of...
I didn't know about Gerber. I did know Benchmade, but yeah, wow.
So are we...
Are we the knife?
Are we
the
home?
knife capital of America? We probably are.
Boy, I had no idea. Here I am saying knife guy is weird, and are like
we are knife guy here in Oregon.
Knife guy. I don't know. Like I mean, everyday knife carry guy. I mean, I understand the idea of like knives can be useful. Like
Yeah,
you're
utility,
opening-
sure.
Yeah, utility. But
Grandpa always had a Swiss Army knife on him.
yeah, kind of one of those. But yeah, it's an American brand dedicated to crafting and problem solving, life-saving knives and multi-tools. So I had no idea that. I thought one of them was in Portland. Apparently, we're all in Portland.
I'm not really shocked by that. I feel like most of the people that I know, at least 70% are everyday knife guy.
Your friend circle is 70% everyday
I
knife
come
guy?
from Hawkinson,
Okay,
man. Come
I
on
don't
now.
know.
Like everyone has like 4 or 5 pocket knives. So, like we used to go to the mall and dudes would buy knives.
Oh yeah,
Other
yeah.
dudes would buy throwing stars.
Gerber is
Ooh.
Tiger at Oregon.
There you go.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like every day you leave the house, like you just like I got my keys, my wallet, and a knife.
Well, you never know when you're going to need it. I mean, I don't do that, but my roommate does.
See, I know Knife Guy, and Knife Guy everyday carry is always like that guy's quick no matter what. Hey, you want a knife? It's like I have been through 47 years on the planet, and
You're opening a bag of potato chips. He's like, here, let me help. And you're like,
Yeah.
I got it.
it's
Bill,
always the
thanks."
person. It's always the person around Christmas time. You're like,
Yup.
"No, don't worry. Christmas is there.
Oh, let me help with that ribbon.
Yeah, Christmas is their Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you're opening any sort of package that needs to be opened. That is Knife Guy's Super Bowl.
Sneaky other Super Bowl tailgates.
Yes. Hold on.
Camping.
Let me
Yeah,
work.
camping. I feel like it's like you expect the knife to be out and used in camping, but yeah, Knife Guy loves to use the utility of said knife as often as possible.
I'm not against the idea of like having a knife. It just seems very inconvenient to have. And are you clipping that on your belt? Are you putting that? So just everywhere I go, I have to carry a knife with me. It seems very cumbersome.
It's in the pocket, man. You take the little clip, you put it in the pocket so it's concealed. It's a concealed carry knife. And then when someone needs it, there it is. You whip it out.
Yeah, it's.
Speaking of clipping that, someone on the text line saying, "We are Knife Guy" is probably a clip. Also, Leatherman is made here, text line tells us. We've got it all.
See, Leatherman's a whole other animal.
We're
'Cause
the
if
knife
you're a
mecca.
Leatherman, that means that son of a bitch is clipped on your belt.
Yeah.
And if you're a Leatherman guy, I think what prevents me from being, certainly prevents me from being Leatherman, but also Knife Guy, I don't wear enough jeans. I feel like in order to be Knife or certainly Leatherman guy, you got to be jeans and belt guy. Because you can't clip a knife onto a pair of, like a Leatherman on some joggers. You can't do that. First off, that thing's going to like weigh your pants down on one side. It's no good. It's no good at all. You got to be jeans, leather, belt guy in order to be Leatherman guy, and I think Knife Guy.
And you know what I just remembered? And I thought it was a Blazer, and I was able to confirm this. Do you remember how the Blazers promoted their campaign for Brandon Roy Rookie of the Year? So because
I still have that.
They were marketing him as this, like, whether you want to call it a five tool player, or multi-dimensional, or do it all player, he was the Leatherman. And so they sent voters and people around the league Brandon Roy Leathermans.
Yeah, I think that is. I do not have a Leatherman other than that one,
Yep.
and I think I still have it in the box from all those years ago. This guy says, "I never offer it. People know I carry and volunteer me for other people's
Your
issues."
reputation as Knife Guy precedes you.
So you know you're Knife Guy.
great.
Other people know you're Knife Guy, and they're like, "Hey,
I'm
this
the Knife Guy in my group.
Yeah. Is there anyone that's like Rambo Knife Guy?
Ooh.
Because like that would
I have
be.
a buddy who's Rambo knife guy.
He just carries around Rambo knife.
No, but he's got like 3 or 4, and he's very excited to show it to you when he goes camping, and he loves camping. Like right now, he's in Alaska with his fiance, and he's very excited to be in Alaska.
Because he can use the knife?
He's sending pictures.
Yeah. Yeah.
Knife Guy.
My buddy's brother
Fascinating.
makes knives, like custom-made knives. He
Yeah.
he does the whole steel work in, or there's a name for that. I can't remember it, but he's all about.
He's a blacksmith.
It's not a it's there's another word for it.
Have you ever seen that show Forged in Fire?
Yeah.
Because they make it.
Oh, is that the one where they make weapons?
They make knives and stuff, and I'm telling you, those are the most terrifying human beings on the planet. They all meet a certain criteria, and they all seem very, let's just say, eccentric.
yeah,
And
that's the word for it.
and if you've ever met a kid, I had a guy that I knew back in the center, and his son was like weapon guy
Mm-hmm.
and was obsessed with knives and like BB. Like that kid makes me very, very uncomfortable.
But that kid, I mean, I don't want to say it used to be all of us. Do you remember what the Toys R Us gun aisle used to look like?
Yeah.
It was an entire aisle of all guns that looked real.
Dude, this kid, I'm telling you, we all know this kid. He's got like 17 knives.
He's got slingshots. He's got airsoft. He's got pellets.
He's always trying to make some sort of projectile like weapon.
Oh yeah, he also has smoke bombs that he attaches to things and launches. Yeah.
But that is that area though.
Sure.
Like
there's more of it in certain places than others.
That kid living in La Center, I kind of think that's fine. If he lived in downtown Vancouver, then I'd be worried.
I just think that kid's going to grow up and that kid's going to be on a mugshot somewhere. That guy should be on a list. If you own more than like 12 knives before the age of 12, we should keep an eye on you. We really should. Because something bad is about to go down. It really is. Or if you make a regular trip, what's that store in the mall? Excalibur.
Yep.
If you've ever,
that was like my brother's jam. Love that place.
We should have to there should be like a retina, like a government spy camera,
or just like a registered directory of Excalibur shoppers.
If you go into Excalibur, that shop at the mall, more than 3 times, you should be flagged and you should be on a no-fly list because something. No one needs that many knives or a Captain America shield or a Highlander sword bad enough to go into that place. You're terrifying. I think that is the new windowless van. Like it used to be if I saw you driving a windowless van, I'm like, you're going to commit a crime. I just want to wait out front and take photographs of the Excalibur people and be like, I'm just going to keep an eye on you because chances are there's going to be an unsolved crime and I'm going to look through these photos and it's going to be one of you.
Judging a book by its cover, not always the worst thing.
No.
The NBA playoff game has just started. Jamal Murray is, in fact, playing. Got a couple basketball notes coming up for you, including one rookie prospect catching some surprising shade. And also, we'll poke the bear. I have hot Angel Reese audio for Jason Sakanik. That's coming up next. Primetime, 1080 The Fan.
line war here with Knife Guy. Lot of knife guys.
Hey, I stand with the people.
Yeah.
We are Knife Guy.
No, we're loving the knife, but like now we're like debating of which is the best knife. Like so, like a lot of bench. Is it Benchmade?
Yeah.
Yeah, which is another. Apparently, every knife company in the world is based here in Oregon.
Yeah, my buddy John runs Benchmade. I don't know very much about them. I just know that is his career.
All I know this is if you go to Benchmade, it says unleash the power of dark water.
Now, how about this guy who
The
says...
dark water is more than a knife. It's a tool forged in the elements.
Okay, so this goes back to... I don't always understand when we compile more of these things than we can actually use. This person says, I carry 1 or 2 pocket knives every day and typically use them every day. Painter and home remodeler. Now, I understand the utility for painter and home remodeler, but why 2? Don't you have one that does? I mean, do they do different things? I guess they
Same
must.
reason you carry where Frank Reynolds carries 2 guns. One's just not going to get it done. Sometimes you need 2.
I saw a story. We might have to save it for in the news tomorrow about a Grants Pass man that was caught with 74 rifles. I'm like, why would you can't possibly need that many
Yes,
of those?
you can't. By the way, I'm on Benchmade right now. I'm going to take the knife quiz.
Ooh,
I'm gonna find
what kind of
out-
a knife guy are you?
I'm going to find out what kind of knife guy I'm becoming. That's it. I'm dedicated. I'm becoming knife guy.
Okay, well now we know what we're doing in the club.
That's right. I'm taking my knife quiz. I'm going to find out can I unleash the power of dark waters, or is that too much knife for me?
Should we all take the quiz
I
and
think-
figure out who has the bigger knife?
I think we should.
Oh, okay, I like where we're going
Well, you
here.
know, like when you buy a motorcycle, you never get the big boy first. You got to get the start. Do I need a starter knife? I feel like maybe the dark water, it's too much for me. I feel like I can't handle the
And
responsibility.
that's why the great people of Benchmade have the Find the Perfect Knife for You quiz. And a Father's Day gift guide, which is right around the corner. So you can forward this to the BTJ and your kids and anybody else in your life.
Do people get knife envy?
Ooh,
I don't know.
probably.
Like,
know.
oh, his knife is
I
bigger
know
than
that people get
mine.
big knife energy.
Well, there's a lot
That's
of people on
true.
here that are really champion their knives. So if I pull out like a Kershaw, is Benchmade guy gonna look at me and be like, "You bitch"? Like, check this out. Try the dark water. Boom.
Oh yeah.
I used to watch the there was like a QVC show, like
Sure.
a home shopping one, and there was a guy, I think his name was like Don West or whatever, and he was always selling knives.
He was like the weapon guy.
He was like the weapon guy, and it was always like, it wasn't just one knife. It was like a series of like, you will never see this deal again. 70 each one of these knives is worth $1,000, and you get them all for $29.90. And there was always a sword. There was always a samurai sword
Yep,
in there.
Yep.
And then he was always cutting something, and he would always cut himself. He was always like lacing open his hand
On the show?
on the show.
That seems like not the well, I mean, I guess it proves the sharpness of the knives, but maybe that you're not the best one for
I
handling them.
guarantee someone knows what I'm talking about. There was like, he was a classic dude, and he had a big old Southern accent, and he would go on there, and he was always selling knives like late at night. He's like, who needs this? You will never find this deal again. And I never was knife guy until now. Now I'm becoming knife guy.
Well, I'm already at a crossroads in my quiz, so I'm going to probably have to do that in the break. But we will get to what kind of a knife guy we are or what knife guy we need to become. But I did want to get to this audio because, well, she's carrying an entire league, Jason, at least in part with Caitlin Clark.
Yes.
Angel Reese in the media again, not because she thinks so highly of her role in women's basketball, which, listen, she's a big deal. She's a big draw. She's got a McDonald's meal. Everybody talks about her. But you'll remember a year ago when she was asked about why people watch women's basketball, she had this to say.
It all started from the national championship game, and I've been dealing with this for 2 years now. And understanding, like, yeah, negative things have probably been said about me, but honestly, I'll take that because look where women's basketball is. People are talking about women's basketball, but you never would think that we'd be talking about women's basketball. People are pulling up to games. We got celebrities coming to games, sold out arenas, like just because of one single game. And just looking at that, like, I'll take that role. I'll take the bad guy role, and I'll continue to take that on and be that for my teammates. And if I want to be that, and I know I'll go down in history, I'll look back in 20 years and be like, yeah, the reason why we watching women's basketball is not just because of one person. It's because of me, too, and I want y'all to realize that.
Okay. So we know that take's been out there.
Yeah.
Well, the WNBA season is about to begin. Angel Reese went back for a game at LSU, just like Sabrina did at Oregon and Caitlin Clark did at Iowa. And she was asked about that role of being someone who carries the torch for the sport.
Last year, you made a powerful statement saying the reason people are watching women's basketball is not just because of one player, but because of you too. A year later, do you feel like you're
Next question.
Yeah, we'll move on. Thank you.
Really? If you're going to go tooting your own horn and championing yourself and then you get asked about it and refuse to answer it, what are we even doing here?
Just don't get me started. She might be my most disliked athlete in the world right now.
That's why this was posted.
And that's saying something. I would also like to point out that she sucks. She sucks. She might
She's
have,
a rebounding machine.
She
You
might
watch
have
it.
the worst looking shot known to man of anyone.
What's worse, her shot or dribbling in the open court?
I've never seen anything. It baffles me. Once I kind of figured out who she was, and I was like, oh, that's cool, right? Growing the women's game. And then I actually saw her play. I'm still trying to process why she's famous. Like, she is objectively a bad basketball player. She can't shoot a layup.
She racks up those rebounds, bro.
Half of them are her own rebounds.
That's right.
She looks like a baby deer on ice skates.
That's right, too.
You watch any of the really good players. What is it like? Who's the Las Vegas Aces gal?
Aja Wilson.
Yeah. Or Caitlin Clark, or like
Kelsey Plum.
Yeah, Kelsey Plum, Tarasi. Like, you watch like Dawn Staley highlights. You watch them, and then you watch Angel Reese, and tell me.
They're not the same.
Tell me what's missing. And yet somehow Angel Reese thinks that she's the face of women's basketball. I guess
She's a face.
She's a face. Yeah.
Well, we have a big task ahead of us in the club because we are still going to get to buried treasure on the West Coast, the hunt for it, and the finding of said buried treasure. Mm-hmm. There's also a Rubik's Cube record that was broken that seems impossible.
And more importantly, I'm going to find out. I'm going to find out what kind of knife guy I'm about to be.
That's right. The three of us will tell you what kind of knife bros we're going to be. I'm already, I don't want to say stumped at the first question, but I'm at a crossroads. We'll get to that.
Can I carry mine like on a necklace? Like, like the sheriff's badge?
Well, let me tell you.
Just carrying my knife around my neck.
One of the uses is everyday carry. So I'm guessing, I don't know if sheriff necklace is going to be an included choice, but we could go down that road together.
It's on a fighting.
And we'll do that next in the club. 1080 The Fan.
Welcome to AutoZone. What
Brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club.
KFXX, KWJJ, HD2, Portland. An Odyssey Sports Station. Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, the one NBA playoff game in action. Currently, it's 30-20. The Nuggets are leading the Thunder at home right now. Denver needs to win that game if they want to keep that series alive and force a Game 7. They still have about 2 minutes left to go in the first quarter. Over in the NHL, they are still tied in the nation's capital. Hurricanes and Capitals tied at 1, end of the second period. Caps did have a goal disallowed. That's unfortunate for the Caps. They need to win that game if they'd like to keep that series alive. At 6:30, the Stars are going to look to finish off the Jets in Winnipeg. Right now, the Stars are up in that series 3-1. Winnipeg is favored on the money line at -130. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite fan shows on the Odyssey app. The only one.
You know Will's on the board for Primetime and Rop is out when all the Rop bitch drops start to fall.
Oh, absolutely.
It's necessary.
Yeah.
Well, we're deep in the throes of it now. You and I, and I'm guessing Will as well. Will, have you done your knife quiz yet?
Oh, I've got what,
Ooh.
I've got my knife.
I like the one that it came up with for me.
Well, I'll tell you right now, I need to apologize to Knife Guy. I was not aware of the in-depth nature of Knife Guy, nor did I know the cost.
Yeah.
of knives.
Yeah.
And this may be the biggest sticker shock thing I've had in in a long time.
The one that it gave me, I guess it seems about right for something like high-end, high quality. So yeah. I'll be interested to see what you ended up with. Let's take this journey together, though, and do the quiz with everybody. I've already completed mine.
I would also like to point out that the quiz kind of scared and frightened me, and I am not confident about any of my answers.
Very much called into question our knife knowledge and maybe even survival knowledge as men. I don't know.
I know nothing about knives, and I was ill-prepared to answer any of the knife question to find out what sort of knife bro I am. And quite frankly, I think the knife it gave me, I'm not certain that I'm prepared for.
Oh, they overknifed you.
I think they overknifed me. I think I need to go back and take the quiz again. I'm not certain that I need that knife.
So the first thing it asks you on this quiz is, what will you do with your knife? The options, it gives you 6: hunt and fish, camp and backpack, professional use, and they've got like a tack team kind of a guy.
Yeah, it's like they got a Navy SEAL on there.
That's for you and your Jan 6ers when you're playing Call of Duty out there. Cooking, which I strongly consider that one because if there was a specific utility that I think I could get the most out of, I at least know that I appreciate a good, solid cooking
Yeah,
knife.
but that doesn't make you knife guy.
It does not, which is why I did not choose that, and I chose
And by the way, I would like to point out there's also a category of
other.
What does other mean?
I'm guessing like specialty crafts or
Does
something.
that mean
'cause
I'm looking to stab someone in the throat? I don't know what another use for a knife
To
is.
admire it. That's what it's for. It's a collectible.
No. It's
That's
not
what other.
because the photo image here that represents other is a very ambiguous, steamy, looks like a cattle hand maybe with some work gloves on, and so I don't know if they're in a blacksmith job and they're branding something or what's going on. But I see country use for other, but I chose keep it on me for everyday carry to be a knife guy.
Yes, because I feel like if I'm buying a knife to hunt and fish or backpack, that doesn't make me knife guy. That just means I have a knife and that I can take it somewhere. Knife guy, I feel like I have to have it on me at all times.
Next question is, how often will you be relying on the knife? Now, I've already said that this is everyday use, but they give you the options of using it weekly, maybe once a week, throughout the day, or always in my hand.
And again, I don't know what to answer that because my response would be never. I just have a knife with me.
But here's the thing, becoming knife guy has to assume that you're going to start to find utility for it. So for me, I said maybe once a day. If I'm carrying this thing, I'm not carrying it for it to sit in my pocket
That's
at least once a day.
thing. I feel like if I'm carrying one, I want to have it on me. I'm using it throughout the day because if I'm knife guy, I'm whipping that bitch out any chance I get. That thing is getting used. That's the whole point of being a knife guy is it has to come out.
What's the difference, too, between always having it in my hand and using it daily? Wouldn't that be using it daily?
I think knife guy is you don't put it away. Knife guy, hey, dude, this is part of me.
Then it's not concealed carry.
It's an extension of your arm because it's such a frequently used tool.
You've got G.I. Joe Kung Fu grip, and that knife is in your hand at all. I am ready to go.
Just give you like a kingpin hook on the end there.
Exactly.
By the way, I'm just now realizing, because it was brought up by the text line, it was not Ryan Gerard or Cam Davis who finishes the first round leader. Jonathan Vegas, 7 under par. We didn't have him.
We didn't pick him.
Did not pick him. The odds were long, though. Probably would have been around 100 to 1.
Yeah.
All right, we continue on this journey, on this sojourn. Now it's asking, when you have the knife on you, how do you use your knife?
Stabbing.
Opening boxes is the first choice.
Yes.
When I give my wife a knife for our anniversary coming up, it's going to be for opening those Amazon boxes.
Absolutely. Because normally what I do now is I just punch the box and then I get my big fat thumb in there and then I rip it open. So,
although
absolutely I'm opening boxes with it.
I got little kids and we're never not slicing fruit for them.
That's
bananas,
why
apples.
The answer is, am I slicing fruit too? Yes, I will eat fruit just to slice it with my knife. And I will eat a banana by myself, and you better, because I used to have a banana in the morning, better believe hold on, let me go get my knife. I'm opening the banana peel with the knife and then slicing the banana, and then you have to do that cool thing where you eat it with your...
Yeah, you kind of push it off the thumb and slide it off the blade right into your mouth.
It's the only way to do it if I'm going to be knife guy.
Yeah. The other options are cutting through surfaces.
Yes.
And I use it for everything, which, might I add, the image they chose, opening a liquor bottle.
So
Brown liquor at that.
I'll tell you right now, the only answer to that question, the only acceptable one is I use it for everything. I'm going to pick my teeth with it. You know, I'm using. That thing will be used at all times.
Here's the thing, though, little overlap here because much like the I use it every day. Well, yes, it's the I carry it every day knife. You can choose opening boxes, slicing fruit, cutting through surfaces, and I use it for everything. I would have thought those things would constitute everything, but you can select all of those and move on.
Ooh, I didn't do that. I just
which I have.
I selected all, and I'm not here to question Benchmade. There's some flaws in their questions that they are asking me for my knife.
Well, you know, they are elite knife makers. They may not be elite choose-your-own-adventure
I think I have a Benchmade
people. Do you?
I think I have a custom Hawkinson Hawks one. I think it's Benchmade.
Now we get into somewhere where we're really out of our depths, because following that is which style of blade excites you. And while I like the question, the answers, I don't know what they mean. Fixed blade, I understand. The blade does not go in and out.
No, that's right out.
Then there's assisted, which I'm guessing there's like a button that you hit and it pops up, and then you can manually put it back in.
I think
probably.
I think the assisted ones is if you just flick the thing with your thumb, it like springs open.
Okay.
And then automatic is like a switchblade.
Is like, yeah, there's like a button for it.
Like, ha! Which, by the way, you better believe I'm picking that one.
Then
I want to be able to and then it's out.
And then there's manual opening, which is essentially non-fixed, but no mechanism except for just the joint. And then balisong or balisong. I don't know.
I didn't know what that is, but I dug a little deeper, and that's the butterfly.
Is it I was going to say it looks like a butterfly knife. I didn't even know you could sell those. I thought those were like brass knuckles, and you just couldn't have them.
I was this close to picking butterfly knife just so I could, those bad 80s kung fu moves. Ha! It's like the nunchucks of knives, but I felt that's impractical, and I would probably slice my hand off.
See, the thing with the fixed blade, though, you get a sheath with it, too. So you get to pull it out. You're like a Western. You're like a cowboy. It's a Western. You're John Wayne.
Yeah, but then it also gives you a higher probability of like cheddar bobbing yourself, but with the knife. And like, if that if that blade is fixed and never goes into the handle itself, like I'm liable to just stab myself with it at some point. I need that blade to somehow retract or fold back in.
Do the Plaxico Burris?
Yeah, but with a knife. Knifesico Burris.
The correct answer to that is automatic.
So I
want to press a button and have that sucker out.
I took assisted. I'm a little worried about the automatic too. Kind of like an automatic gun. Yeah, I don't know.
Coward.
Yeah, I am. So now we get into the aesthetics. Which colors do you like? Classic darks, which has a beautiful solar system background behind it.
It's a dark water.
Neutral earth tones. Bright and vibrant, or grays and whites. I went with neutral earth tones.
No. The correct answer is I like the darks.
Okay.
Ooh, see, grays and whites over here. So we're jumping on all ends of the spectrum.
There's the drop. There's the drop.
I'm moving more into the whites.
Yeah. And then they finally ask you about preference on weight. Ultralight, standard weight, where they're cutting some jerky or some meat, and heavy duty. Again, tack team style. I went with standard weight.
Don't you want ultra light?
Depends. Some people like, you know how like sometimes like with a tool you like the certain heft of it in your hand, like whether that be a hammer or a baseball bat or something. Like you need enough weight to feel like there's something behind it. Maybe it's like that. But I completed the quiz, and my knife, which I'm very excited about, it's offered in 4 different colors. I can get black, stainless steel, dark blue, or kind of a maroon. But I got the Barrage Velox. Yeah.
It's a quality knife from what I can tell.
154 centimeter stainless steel.
What does that run in you?
That one's $220.
Yeah. So, again, even at that point, I think I would be a little like, what? This is my ignorance. I really thought, like a knife.
It's like $20.
I thought we were talking like $50.
Not for a good one.
No shot, dude.
Not if you're a knife guy.
It's a knife. I had no idea. Will, what did you get?
I got the Decane Blue Denim Micarta Spear Point.
Whoa.
Spear Point.
Yes, and it comes in denim, and it cannot be put in. I will need to buy a sheath with mine.
Ooh.
4 stars, 127 reviews. It only comes in one color. $300.
Right?
Ooh.
See, that's the thing. I'm like, $300.
Or 4 payments of $55 on Afterpay.
Yeah, 75 here. Ships in 1 to 2 days.
Boys, 127 reviews.
Free sharpening.
5 stars.
Ooh.
Auto fat, carbon fiber, and aluminum.
Ooh.
$430. Whoa! They overnifed me.
What's it called?
The auto fat carbon, $430 for my knife?
Wait, so now we got to have the requisite conversation. How big are your knives? So if you go, there's a specifications tab that you can hit. We have open length and blade length.
Yeah, I'm working at an open length of 8.74 inches. That's 22.5 centimeters.
Well, you've got
blade length of almost 4 inches.
You got me beat by just a hair. I'm only at 8.45 inches.
Can I say I'm bringing the heat?
Will?
Mine is not giving a size. Mine
What?
is embarrassed.
Oh, you got a little knife.
Yeah, I think I do. But it's denim. And it doesn't go back inside.
Interesting.
I'm very excited about this, other than the fact that it costs $400. I'm trying to process in what world that I could justify spending $430.
Now I'm wondering,
on this
like,
auto fact knife.
just like what the cheapest kind of have on your belt.
What does that knife do for me? For $430, what does
Well,
that?
for one, it lasts a lifetime.
I guess. It is made of aircraft-grade aluminum.
There's one here
with
that's
carbon fiber inlays.
The best seller is called a custom griptilian, and it's like it has a reptile-like grip. It's $130. That might be your best price point. Oh wait,
I feel like
custom mini griptilian, $120.
I feel like I need a starter knife. I feel like I need like the Harley Sportster or like the little BMW like R100. I need the starter motorcycle before I go to like the Ninja or the Fat Boy.
Yeah, before you crank up the CCs, you gotta get your sea legs first, kind of.
I feel like, no offense to Benchmade, but I feel like you overknifed me.
I think you need to dive right into the pool. You can't wade in. You got to jump belly flop right in the deep end.
I'll tell you right now, boys.
You might not be knife guy material yet.
I don't think I'm made for dark water.
Maybe that's it.
You look like you should be.
I feel like it's I'm over my skis when it comes to the dark water. Plus, if I spend $430 on a knife, I feel like I would have to stab someone with it. I feel like the only way to justify a $430 knife is indeed if I like murdered someone with it. Like if I was getting ready to commit serious crimes, I'm like, all right, then like if I'm gonna go fight in the Ukraine and I gotta be ready to like stab a North Korean soldier, then by all means. I feel like that the dark water is for me.
Yeah.
Boys.
But for slicing fruit, $430.
I've found the hidden dagger.
There's a dagger?
What
and
is
it's
that?
only $130. The dagger, black sheath. You can hide
Is this
it.
another fixed blade?
Oh no, I see it right here.
Well, no, you put it on your thumb.
Yeah.
So you put your thumb through the hole, and then you've got it hidden like inside of your shirt.
And
then when
whip it
your
out,
enemies come out, you flip it out, and then it's there on your thumb, so you never lose it.
Ooh. Kind of like that.
Boy,
Ooh.
I had no idea.
You
that-
can get
Now,
a red one.
now we're getting into really phallic territory. I'm looking under the cutlery section, get myself the meat crafter or the custom meat crafter.
Yeah, I was not. I'm completely ignorant to the world of knives. I apologize to
Less
Knife
so
Guy.
now.
I apologize to Benchmade. I apologize to Kershaw. I was not familiar with your game.
Well, I'd like to thank them because we have now, and our text program here for giving us so much knife information. I don't know that we're any more knowledgeable than we were before, but we've seen a lot more.
I feel like, yeah, someone's right. When Rob comes back, I feel like we all need to have knives and be like, what do you...
Backwards hats and knives.
Don't you know we're
this
a
is the show
backwards
now?
hat and knives show now? I
Yeah.
mean, duh. What, you're not carrying a knife?
Rob would just go home.
Every day.
He would
I'm
blame me.
not doing this.
Jeez. Well, I think there's only one thing to do, and that's I'm gonna head out to bench. Was it Benchmade? I'm gonna head out to Benchmade because if I'm buying the AutoFact carbon fiber here, I need to take that for a whirl. I can't just order that.
Yeah, you could probably demo those bad boys, right?
I want to go in.
I
and
would
be like,
think.
I need to test this knife. Don't worry about what I'm gonna use it for. Just do you have anything? Maybe do you have any pork? Do you have anything soft and mushy that I might be able to stab, slice, gut, if you will? Any roadkill that I might be able
Wouldn't
to...
be surprised if they do.
I might be able to hack apart.
I'm excited.
Before I drop $400
I'll tell you what.
on my knife.
I think their system worked. I think their Velox is right for me. And I don't hate the $220 price point. It's more than I would have anticipated or been able to cough up for such a thing, but these things last for life, and they're guaranteed for life, too.
It's true. Like I said, I got overknifed, and I'm coming to grips with it, but...
It'll happen.
I think, look, the quiz told me what I need to... Who am I to go against the quiz? I apologize. I apologize for questioning the quiz.
Well, for 5 weeks, there was buried treasure on the West Coast. It has been found. We'll get to that story. Plus, I'm rarely spooked, and I got spooked today. I want to ask you guys about a bizarre scenario on my run. We'll get to that coming up on The Club in the Fan. Or, yeah. Our text program is sensational.
We had so many knife guys.
So many.
I like this one. I'm an everyday knife guy with an automatic Benchmade, and there is nothing more satisfying than the click when you push the button and the blade flips out. I'm about to be an automatic Benchmade guy.
This one says Benchmade is like the Warriors, Kershaw's like the Blazers, and Gerber is like the Hornets. Sorry, Gerber. I know nothing about your knives.
Someone said the auto blades are just fancy letter openers. I also like this one too. Calm down, boys. Just like magic wands in Harry Potter. You don't choose the knife chooses you.
That one was outstanding. Now this one, I love when knife guy or gun guy or weapon guy or even reptile guy or whatever tries to off their hobby or grow their hobby with the youth.
Absolutely.
This one says, my best friend buys my youngest daughter a knife for her birthday every year. She's 10 and has more knives than Rambo. She is now knife guy and has them all over the house and is always looking for a reason to use them.
Knife girl is terrifying. Just saying.
10-year-old knife girl.
That is a terrifying combo.
Well, knife guy, gun guy, or in this case, little kid.
This person says they have a Balisong trainer blade that doesn't have an edge. How do I know that? My daughter has that one as well. Yes!
A butterfly.
She's going to be wielding a katana like Uma Thurman before we know it.
Kid's got a $500 knife. It's like, It's all about quality. Well, gun guy is the same thing.
Deal says I'm not into deadly weapons like knives and guns. I need some brass knuckles.
I have a friend of mine who he lives in the heart of the city, and he got his door kicked in one night, and it's a tri-floor like townhome thing, and he heard the person like rummaging around. Well, he heard the person kick in his door.
Yeah.
Kick in his glass. He's got a glass insert.
Yeah.
And he heard him rummage around downstairs, which I'm sure is fairly unnerving. So he calls the police.
Yep.
And, the police are like, oh, okay. And the guy ended up leaving. Like, he never came up the stairs. He
Yeah.
rummaged around in the lower level of the house and left. So obviously my buddy was a little weirded out by that. And so I let him borrow. He goes, well, I'm going to, it's like, I'm going to get a home defense gun. So I let him borrow a handgun that I had. Because obviously that'll jam you up a little bit. And I said, well, until you get one here, you can have this. So I gave it to him. It was like a little 9mm. And he goes, I think I'll just get a shotgun. I'm like, yeah, just get a shotgun. It's the easiest thing in the world. He's not a gun guy or anything. And he goes, what should I get? And I was like, you just get like a Mossberg. Get like a Mossberg 500. It's like a couple $100, no big deal. You can even buy like these little Maverick ones for like $195.
Okay.
Like under $200, it's fine. You'll never use it other than, God forbid, someone breaks into your house again, point it down the stairs, can't miss it. My buddy's kind of bougie. He did not get the little Maverick. He did not get the Mossberg.
Okay.
I was like, oh my God, did you get like the police one, which is like the Remington 870, I think? I was like, did you get the police one? No. You ever seen John Wick?
Yeah.
When they're doing the sommelier one? Yeah, that would be the Benelli. You got the Benelli. I believe it's the M4.
Hell yeah.
The most expensive shotgun basically you can buy for home defense. Would you care to guess one problem with his Benelli that he has?
Oh, no.
He has no... By the way, this is like 2 years ago. He doesn't have any bullets for it. It just sits underneath. He has like
It's interior decorating.
He has the most expensive club ever. So in case anyone breaks into his
Amazing.
house, he will have the ability to club someone with like a $2,500 shotgun. But it was very important that he have the best. And if it's good enough for John Wick,
The best, but without any ammunition.
it's good enough for him. You want to know when you have too much discretional income? That right there. When you decide that you've never really shot a gun before.
Not really a gun guy.
Not really a gun guy in any shape or form. And you just need something in case, God forbid, someone breaks into your home again. And you buy the John Wick tactical shotgun.
We do. I feel like we see this in other walks, though. We see the guy that just picks up golf and he gets the nicest clubs out there, and they're custom and they're special. We see. I feel like there are other, or the new skier that gets all the good gear, and it's like, do you know how to put your 2 feet together and go down the mountain, or you just get the fastest skis out there?
Well, it's true, man. Sometimes you just got to have the best.
Well, 5 weeks ago in San Francisco, someone buried a 22-pound chest with $10,000 of prizes in it, including half in gold. They were then left clues, and that's been found. The full story next. But first, Ortner at SportsCenter.
This is a PGA Championship Week edition of Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, one NBA game currently in action. OKC has just taken the lead over Denver in Denver. Right now, the Thunder up 45-41. 5.5 minutes left to go in the first half. Denver needs to win this game to force a Game 7. Sounds like that game would be played over the weekend. Over in the NHL, you've got one game currently in action. It is an elimination game. Right now, the Hurricanes and Capitals are knotted up in Washington, D.C. at 1 apiece. 6:33 left to go in the third period there. Caps have to win that game if they want to keep that series going. Later on at 6:30, the Stars are looking to finish off the Jets in Winnipeg. Stars are up 3-1 in that series. Jets are favored on the money line at -130. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
It's back, the 11th
Back to the club. Now that we're knife guys, we're going to take our knives and go hunting for some buried treasure.
Well, I don't think you can hunt for buried treasure without a knife, right?
Well, you're going to need it to pry open, I would imagine, the locks or the chests or the briefcases, depending on whatever it is you find.
Goes without saying.
But I saw this story come up on Tuesday, but this is something that's been brewing now for about 5 weeks, and I saw someone who just covers general news and events in San Francisco initially post this, that 5 weeks ago, someone buried a 22-pound chest with $10,000 worth of prizes, half in gold, somewhere in San Francisco.
Solid.
So already we're off to a good start because, for one, there's a website for this. There's no individual attached to it. It is anonymous. It's not clear. No one's promoting anything at this point. It's just, there's treasure in San Francisco.
Or so they say.
They waited, and then they released a clue. And now you can find this. The guy's name, I'll probably get it wrong. His handle is at PITDESI, Pit Desi. But he has a screenshot here of what the clue reads. And it looks old-timey, like a treasure map on its Golden Gate Bridge and a cable car and a couple other San Francisco landmarks. It says, 18 bold letters preserved in a clearing site. I'm having trouble reading the Old English on here.
Sure.
Preserved in a clearing site, a dark room's view of brave surfers reeling. From a dry ruins gate to Solar's tall mast, chart a historic cross to the start of one's path. To trace the true route, venture only at night. To be certain of bearing, you'll need to pack a light. In the steadfast basin where feet part and agree, dig a shovel's depth down, and you'll find the treasure you seek. So, they put this out on Tuesday morning, and 11 hours later, somebody found the treasure.
Okay.
So
it didn't take very long.
This went viral on the internet, and people in San Francisco, riddlers, puzzlers, whatever, were trying to figure it out quickly, and they did. So what we have is a guy named Vincent and his friends ended up finding this thing. We'll tell you the contents of this included, like they said, precious metals, including a gold nugget, silver, and copper coins that was about half the value of the $10,000.
Sure.
Upper deck and tops baseball cards of giant slugger Barry Bonds that are valuable, and a ticket to the Golden Gate International Expo that took place in 1939. I'm guessing like a World Fair type exhibition or something like that. But I'm still trying to figure out why. And the guys who found it explained how they found it. They went clue by clue. They said the 18 bold letters preserved in a clearing, that there are 18 giant concrete letters in a field near India Basin Park that they are aware of. Then a dark room's view was camera obscura and its view to the surfers and the fishermen on the coastline. Dry Ruins Gate is a place called Fleischhacker Pool. Only a meager doorway remains of this once great saltwater pool. For those looking at Sutro bass, we'd note that those are still quite wet. But so it's looks like a gate in a place that has ruins. And then Solar's tall mast, the point of infinity, on what is technically the Yerba Buena Island, but colloquially referred to as Treasure Island. Sculpture billed as a quasi-sundial by an artist is often known as, that's the Solar's tall mast, the point of infinity.
Sure.
And then chart a historic cross. It says, draw lines between these points, and in a treasure hunting fashion, X really does mark the spot. The X lands just off the historic trail in the Mount Sutro Open Space Preserve. And then it says, trace the route at night and pack a light. When they pull their lights out at this X marks the spot, UV lights pop up, and that shows you a trail 5 minutes down the road. And then steadfast basin where your feet part and agree. The chest was buried about 8 inches deep in a hollow nest amid large boulders. The trail briefly splits into two, parting around the rocks, and that was what told him that's where it was going to be.
I'll be damned. Hey, first off, whoever came up with that's pretty cool. And these guys solved it in 11 hours, and no one else did. Like, no one else was there. Like, what happens if you're there and, like, you see someone else
digging up treasure?
Well, I don't know. Like, this is where the knife comes in, right? I think this is why if you're carrying buried treasure, I need my auto Benchmade knife. Because what happens if you're out there, like, Scooby-Doo style, you're out there and like you turn the corner and you got your shovel. You're like, hey, I found it, but someone else is there, but they haven't found the treasure yet. They just found the spot. That could get problematic, don't you think?
I would think so. Yeah,
I mean,
you could have a fight over the treasure. I mean, you have to hope that only one person or one group finds it. If you got a simultaneous thing, it's going to be a death match for that deal.
Well, it's 10 Gs, dude. People kill each
Yeah.
other over a lot more than 10 Gs,
Pokemon
especially
cards
the
and stuff.
weirdos that are taking the time to go find, buried treasure. That would make me a bit uneasy. Like, as I was digging, I'd have one eye up. Because I would think, like, you could also do if you knew these dudes were out looking for it,
You could track
you
the
could just
hunters.
track them. And then you did all that work, and all I did was carry my Benelli
Swoop
M4
in.
with no shells in it.
That's right.
And I'll be like, I'll be taking the treasure now, and you can.
I got a
go help.
Benchmade, and I swear I know how to use it.
Well, and how would you can you call the cops and be like, hey, they stole my treasure?
Ooh, another good point.
Well, I mean, it's a he said or she said. I don't
Yeah.
know who's that. Broettes digging that treasure.
Yeah, it was a group of 3 dudes that found it, but before it was found, there was an FAQ on the website, which was created with one of those kind of like Squarespace type like somebody just went to like a website creator and made buriedtreasure.card.com and said there's nothing remotely dangerous required to find it.
Yeah.
It's within the city limits.
Well, it's kind of cool. I mean, it's like an escape room, but with buried treasure.
Exactly, and they said, we're open to doing this again. Please reach out if you're interested in contributing. And I'm like, where did this come from? And who is there something more behind it? Is this a social experiment? Is it sponsored by somebody or is it just someone who's like benevolent and thought this would be fun?
No, I mean, I suppose if I had a bunch of money and, you want to give some of it away, isn't that kind of a fun way to give dough away as opposed to just,
Definitely, but it could be a total loser who gets it.
Yeah, but that's not your fault. I mean, you can't be a complete and total loser if you're deciphering the clues and finding it.
Yeah.
It's kind of fun. I can see where a scavenger hunt. Now, I would never scavenger hunt. I'll tell you that much. And certainly not. I mean, 10 grand is a nice chunk of money.
And I'm gonna be honest.
But I would not believe that I would be the one to find it. I know there's people that out there that are way cleverer than me, so I feel like I'd be putting a lot of effort into not getting it.
Well, it seems like the key's here, and if you did something similar around Portland, it's gonna have to be someone with hyper-regional knowledge of landmarks and things like that, and then understanding and interpreting the whimsy of the clues, because they're meant to be kind of fun and mysterious and whatever, but you have to be able to get at what they're getting at, but then also connect it to whatever these historic places might be. I think this would be rad to do in a lot of metropolitan cities.
I'm just convinced it's the same people that go on Survivor or whatever. I'm convinced they don't have anything going on.
Well, yeah, if you can just drop everything on a Tuesday and figure this out and spend 11 hours hunting for treasure.
Yeah, I figure you got a lot of time on your hands. You watch those reality shows and you have to be gone for 3 months. It's always someone that doesn't have a job. I don't know how people do it. I don't know. I mean, I guess if it so happened to coincide, I could spend from 7 in the morning to 1:30 in the afternoon until I had to go to work. Until I go to work. I'm not taking a day off on the off chance I find treasure for 10 grand.
Someone says,
and that's the other thing is if you made it a bunch of money, now you got
the hunt is
now
on.
The hunt is
because
really
it becomes worth it to
Yes.
stop doing what you're doing and be involved.
And then I'd be scared. 1, you're going against really smart people, and 2, if I did find it, someone is definitely stabbing me in the throat.
Someone says Netflix did a documentary recently called Gold and Greed about a real-life buried treasure hunt. I wonder if SF's treasure hunt was in response to that. One of those interviewed on the documentary included his own clues for a treasure to carry on the idea. I did see that kind of as a documentary du jour on Netflix a couple weeks ago. I wonder if it's worth it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not familiar with it. I'm not really in the buried treasure game. Whenever I see it in the movies, I'm always confused of why everyone was always burying treasure.
People pointing out that every year there's a coin hunt at the Rose Festival, but the prize is only $500.
Oh.
But I mean,
Yeah, I suppose.
And also somebody tried to write coin and their phone auto-texted to Arian.
Oh. Gee.
No, I think Arian Foster, the
Oh,
football
I was
player.
thinking more
Yeah, I know. I know what you were thinking.
Hey, and maybe some people just enjoy doing that. I know some people like
Hey, the Nazi
puzzles.
power hour. Where do I find that?
You're into Wordle or whatever it is.
Yeah.
I can't say that that really strikes my fancy. I don't really think of that as a fun day of like trying to solve the clues. I just feel like we're just driving around the city for no reason.
Yeah.
But hey, to these people, they got a gold bar or a gold nugget?
Yeah, a gold nugget, some silver, and some copper that I think all together equals about $5,000.
Some copper. So some meth dude ripping wire out of a
That's right.
out of a house.
Yeah,
All right.
probably.
Hey, well, 10 grand's 10 grand. So these two bros get to split it. Kudos to you. Hey, maybe that gold's gonna go up. We hear those.
Wonder how much those Barry Bonds cards are going for.
I do enjoy that he threw Barry Bonds cards in there.
Yeah, it seemed like it was trying to be like, I guess, San Francisco centric, like digging for gold, the baseball, the Golden Gate Bridge expo thing.
Yeah, why not? I'm gonna bury treasure and have it gonna be worth like $9.
See, and you know what? That would be like a fun, evil kind of little plot to set up where you work everyone into a frenzy for
that'd be such
this treasure.
That'd be such a D move, man.
Have you ever watched that series?
You could say it's up to 100,000.
Yes.
See, treasure could be worth up to
boy, and then you like document. You have like film crews following the people who are like super amped about it, and they think they're getting close, and then they find your treasure that's $9.
Dude, you do that,
and a coupon to the Benchmade Knife Factory.
Real piece of crap. You're like, oh, sorry about the ruse, gentlemen. Here's $9. Just put I got some silver dollars. I have some silver dollars and I have some Diablo dollars. I think I have one $2 bill left from my, yeah. I've been tipping with $2 now.
I found a $2 bill a couple months ago, and I don't know why I've considered it lucky. I'm just going to hold on to this until maybe it's more of an emergency $2. I'm not going to use it until I need it.
We were helping a buddy of ours move a couple months back, and let me just point out this real quick, and you know who you are out there. Dude, that dude was moving into like a $2 million home in West Lynn. Why the hell were we helping you move? Dude, you get your ass and hire movers, you son of a bitch. And by the way, one of those things, he had like a gun safe in there too. It was freaking ridiculous. But one of the cool things that I found, and I was like, care to explain this? There were some boxes in the garage, and one of the boxes was just kind of like, it wasn't really closed. It was just kind of folded over. So when I went to pick it up, it was a box full of like banded and like wrapped $2 bills.
Okay.
Dude, there had to be like
thousands of dollars?
Yeah, a couple grand. It wasn't like.
But yeah, but still banded bills.
I mean, there was probably, maybe $2,000, $3,000 in there and I was like, are these all $2 bills? And I thought to myself, how many times do you go into Casa Diablo? I'm like, my God, my man, like, what are we doing? And he said no. He said he tips $2. He said that is his thing. Wherever he goes, he tips $2. And so he got tired of going to the bank, and so he just pulled out. He went to the bank and he requested however much it is, and he just keeps it out in the garage somewhere in his gun safe, and he just always carries around with him a stack of $2 bills and he hands them out. And I was like, that's kind of a baller move. Other than I'm not going to go get a couple $1,000s, but, next time you're at Diablo, pull out an extra $100 and then get them all in $2 bills, roll them up, and then you just kind of, hey, $2. You go to a restaurant somewhere and that little pad flips around, peel off a $2 bill.
It is kind of a whimsical thing to have on you. I like the $2 bill.
I'm kind of sad this is down to my last $2 bill.
Can you imagine if someone went over there and was like, hey, I'd like to exchange. Here's $200. Thank you for the $200 back in twos. I'll see you guys later, and walk out.
Yeah.
That has happened.
It'd be a great
bit. When you're in Portland and you see a $2 bill, you know where that's at. Yeah. And he's like, no. He goes, it has nothing to do with that. He goes, I asked specifically for him from the bank.
That's all we have for Treasure and Treasury today. We'll wrap it up next on The Fan.
The Fan is live on the official beer of cheap fun.
Double Sun Power!
Hey, did you know we have another show coming up after this? More sports.
I did.
Yeah.
You got to talk Cruton.
Cruton with Andrew Nemec is what's coming up next. Do you think that Nemec and Will be discussing a shirtless Dan Lanning?
Take off your shirt and throw
Oh,
me.
yeah, we forgot about that. I think it was strategically with the back to the camera, though. It was a wise move.
I'm with you on that one.
Move.
He
It
looked
was
strong.
It was really veteran savvy. He wasn't whatever's going on in the front torso area. That's going to be left to the imagination still. He looked like a strong, well put together man, but you didn't see anything that people would be able to poke fun at on internet, which is hard to do these days.
He also did the classic big man maneuver of once you're in the pool, you just stay neck deep.
Yep.
Smart man.
If you notice, like, you know, the kid popped up and Lanning kind of he threw up the O, but he kept it at collarbone.
Kept it
at
just around surface level.
Every big guy knows that move.
Keep the nips below the waterline.
Dude, that pool could be 3.5 feet deep. You know what you're doing? You're doing a
squat.
You're doing a little squat, maybe getting on the knees a little bit. You're keeping that below the collarbone, right there, right at that water level, throwing up the O. It's a savvy move. You know you're going to be on the internet. You know everyone's going to be watching the video. You got to minimize the people. You got to minimize the people poking fun at you. Wise move.
I don't know if he looked like a cheetah stretching, but that was what he looked like when he was running down the sideline that one time. Do you think?
And he did hands above the head for the cannonball. He
went, yeah, that was interesting.
He went like Karl Malone, like hands up.
Yeah, like, yeah. Wonder if he'll meet the cheetahs down in
Must be a southern thing.
Winston, Oregon.
Yeah, I've always done the can opener. You hold the knee up.
Yeah, do you do both or one?
No, do the one.
Okay. Is that the can opener or the jackknife?
I always thought that was the can opener.
One is can opener, 2 is cannonball.
What's the jackknife? Isn't that one too? I thought it was.
Spinning?
I do think the jackknife, I've heard of and you know what? The jackknife and the can opener might be the same thing, just sort of a soda versus pop thing.
The jackknife, probably made by Benchmade, but we'll try to figure it out when we work through this tomorrow. Another Primetime coming at you Friday, 3 to 7. Thanks to Will. Thanks to Suk. I'm Ryan. Good night.